on, we're released.
Attention, Tennessee 1, UVA 1, court 9. Please come pick up your scorecard. Thank you. Again, UVA 1. Team UVA 1. Please report to court 9.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the weights, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
I did a Good Feet commercial about 4 years ago, and I thought maybe I should check in with you. Yeah, I'm still wearing my Good Feet arch supports. They give you the freedom to move without pain. I worry about how warm or cool to dress on trail, but I don't worry about my feet anymore. I put my arch supports in and forget about it. I'm Deidre Haven, and this is still my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store.
about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Performance College Cup, hosted by Performance Pickleball RVA. John Laser, delighted to be along with you as always as you look at Skechers Stadium Court 2 and semifinal number 1 as we have reached this stage in what was a 32-school, 172-player event. Much more on that in just a moment, but first I introduce you to my broadcast partners, Derek Crage and Rachel Roney. You've heard both of them before. And Derek, first things first, man, just an awesome job by you growing this event. It was a outstanding day last year when we did it in the spring. Got a little bit bigger in the fall, and man, it's hard to even imagine that it's swelled to the size that it is today.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I couldn't imagine when I started sending out texts to all the team captains how successful this tournament will be. We started with around 120 players our first one, which I thought was just amazing turnout, and now we're at 172. So if we can just keep growing, you know, just like the sport of pickleball itself, just keeps growing.
We might have to add some more courts if Derek continues to be as persuasive as he has. And speaking of persuasive, Rachel Roney is here as well. Of course, she was with me for the DUPR Collegiate Super Regional down in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and we're preparing to travel to Princeton, New Jersey for another DUPR Super Regional. And Rach, it's worth pointing out that the team that we're about to see, North Carolina taking on North Carolina State, they've played splendid pickleball. They won that Georgia Super Regional down just outside of Atlanta. They have 2 of the 4 players here in Matt Nesbitt and who we're just about to see here play in Jana Shaw, who we were very impressed with. But no Sarah Carpenter today, no Ian Hutter. However, it really hasn't slowed him down much.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously they're still in a great position today, but without those 2 players, it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, because that really took them over the top in that dream breaker at the final in Atlanta.
So those 2 are not here. Who is here is the question. On the men's side, alongside Matt Nesbitt, Colby Hill, quite the player himself, and Emma Horvath. We've heard those names before. We've broadcasted them before, but never, Derek, as this quartet for North Carolina, and that's why they come in as the number 4 seed, and NC State is actually the top seed. That's based, of course, on cumulative DUPR. Chase Brotman, Skylar Riley, Evie Kenna, and Lauren Hutchinson as we are set to start women's doubles between Hutchinson and Kenna for NC State and Horvath and Shaw for North Carolina. And I think the question for everybody is, today NC State's day. They've been on that doorstep so many times before. Can they knock down that door today?
I definitely think they can, but I also think UNC has something to say about it. I'm really glad we got a North Carolina brawl right here. I saw these 2 teams coming in as the 1 and 3 seeds, and I knew somehow they'd end up facing each other. And through pool play, NC State actually comes out as the 1 seed, and UNC is now the 4 seed, which makes this the 1 and 4 semifinal.
Kenna goes a long way across to finish off that point for NC State, and it has been a tremendous start for the Wolfpack here in our first semifinal, out to a quick 3-0 lead off the serve of Evie Kenna. That's Hutchinson in the black pants. That's Jana Shaw, who just ripped that forehand speed up, which Kenna responded to. And her partner, Emma Horvath.
And Evie's no stranger to performance here, correct?
Yep,
she was in one of the last tournaments we hosted. Fantastic player, so.
Yeah, she was on our MLP team for the MLP event that Lorelei set up.
Right.
Yeah, she's a really great player.
Yeah, she's played in more than one performance tournament here in this building, not only on the college side, but also open divisions and some of our other full-scale tournaments. It's NC State, this has been an onslaught to start, Derek. Is this a surprise at all?
It's a surprise that it's 6-0. I'm definitely not surprised that NC State is playing this well, because I know these players. I know the potential they have. And I'll make it 7-0.
And Jana Shaw just looked over to Matt Nesbitt, who's kind of serving as the captain today, and said, should I take a timeout? And my answer would have been yes, Rachel, and Matt's answer was yes as well.
I was waiting on that timeout to come through. Well, I don't like to go on a four-point loss without kind of stopping the bleeding a little bit. So
Yeah, I was going to say when I'm playing, not at this level, but generally 4 points slide either one way or the other. That's when I'm taking a timeout, if not quicker sometimes based on game flow. Yeah. But in this rally scoring format, it gets to 7 so much quicker than it does in conventional scoring.
You're right, and I'm not the type to like to take timeouts. You know, if you watch Ben Johns play, it's the same thing for him. A bad streak comes, just let it go, and you're the better player, so just keep playing. But with rally scoring, I mean, you got to take that timeout and stop the bleeding.
So 7-0 for the Wolfpack. In NC State, UNC 1. UNC 2 is actually still in action right now in one of our quarterfinals, taking on Virginia Tech, and there finally UNC cracks the scoreboard off the timeout.
And it's funny, my wife, Taylor, she plays for Liberty. UNC just beat them in the quarterfinals, and she came to me and said, hey, these girls are good. How are they the 4 seed? And I think you can see why.
Now a couple of points quickly for Carolina. And Rachel, we saw this down at Pickle and Social in Atlanta, surrounding areas. Jana Shaw just kept getting better and better as that weekend went on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw her confidence really grow as she got deeper into the match play, and so I plan to see that here today if they can get back in this one.
8-2 for NC State. Firing away is Evie Kenna. Again, Kenna is the known commodity. Lauren Hutchinson, I have seen play a couple of times before, but not on this stage, Derek. But she certainly seems to be a nice compliment to Evie.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Lauren is their second best girl right now. I think the girl they had at Nationals last year might be studying abroad, I think I heard. So, or that might be for UNC.
For UNC, again, the big name that's not here on the women's side is Sarah Carpenter, who is a PhD candidate down in Chapel Hill, and also the lead data engineer for DUPR. And Hutchinson would like to see that ball again. Waited just a split second too long to attack.
Yeah, she's stepping back a little bit on those dinks and not really taking more balls out of the air. So.
Yeah, you see that a lot with intermediate players. That's one of the things we learned in our clinic last weekend. Just staying forward, taking the ball out of the air, putting pressure on your opponents. So huge in pickleball.
And Hutchinson does a much nicer job of it to gain point 11 and force the change of ends. It was a 7-0 start for NC State. It's a 7-point lead as we change ends in semifinal number 1. In-state battle, NC State, UNC. The rest yet to come on the other side.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
John Laser, Derek Crage, Rachel Roney back with you. Skechers Stadium Court 2 here at Performance Pickleball RVA, host site of the 2025 Performance College Cup. You are in the midst of semifinal number 1 between North Carolina and NC State, and North Carolina desperately needed point there to earn the side out at 5-11. And again, a good reminder that the score freeze is in place today. Did not play Dream Breakers in pool play, but Dream Breakers will be utilized if necessary here now that we're into the bracket.
Which I expect. You know, the quarterfinals, it was a lot of the really good teams and, you know, the second tier of teams. But as we head into these semifinals, I think all 4 of these teams that you'll see very evenly matched. So I think we'll see a couple of Dream Breakers.
In our second semifinal, we're going to see.
Yeah, and that's where it gets interesting because Would you say, from what you're seeing, Derek, we have a lot of strong singles players on these teams, or do you find one school has a stacked lineup on the singles side?
Yeah. I mean, JMU with Ryan Morneau, probably the best singles player here, maybe the best singles player in all of collegiate pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of him, they're more doubles players, similar to myself. But you look at Virginia Tech, they got 3 really good singles players, and Cody Miller, Evan Bernstein, and Niliam Gaze. And then looking here on these 2 teams, I don't know much about their singles game, but I will say I'd say it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Well, we know Matt Nesbitt is an exceptional singles player. We saw that in the Dreambreaker that decided that Georgia Super Regional. Ian Hutter, though, who's not here, is also an exceptional singles player. Jana Shaw more than held her own. The unknown commodity in singles, should this go to a Dreambreaker, is Horvath. But then again, Sarah Carpenter, who's not here, not necessarily a singles specialist, although she certainly held her own in that Dreambreaker a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. And she held her own at Nationals. Who were they playing? Utah Valley? That was an amazing match. They were down a ton, and game point after game point, they brought back and pulled that match out.
I still don't know how they won that match,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. I was standing courtside watching that match down in Dallas, and there were at least 6 or 7 occasions where I'm like, UNC's done.
Yeah.
And they were not.
I thought that as well. I was like, they're done. Quarterfinal finish, good for you. But, wow, they just pulled it out.
Looked like UNC was creeping back in this game, Rach, but suddenly 15-8 as they've widened that back out to that 7-point spread.
And that seems to be the danger with rally scoring is when that gap's too wide, do you have time to catch up? It can be tougher, I think, in rally sometimes.
Yeah, we've had this conversation a number of times. I find it's tougher and easier to come back, and that was an emphatic finish by Kenna in rally scoring, because if you're the team that's behind, every mistake you make is a point the other way.
You're right. Both ways. There's times where it's easier to come back and it's harder, especially with that freeze. That can make it a lot easier to come back. You're up 20-12. And, point after point, it gets 13, 14, 15, and then you start to think, uh-oh, am I not going to be able to pull this out?
Now UNC really back on their heels as NC State pouring it on, and really the catalyst to this for NC State has been the change of pace. They've been bringing the pace at times and then slowing it down like you just saw them do there.
That's kind of where the game is heading. You need a lot of pace to beat some of these top-tier teams that are starting to crop up. Wow, look at that spin.
Little indecision there, I think.
Yeah, a little indecision and a little disappointment from Shaw. You can see the body language for UNC as this one has gotten to an 11-point margin. Kenna applying pressure.
Great point.
Yeah.
That was a great point.
Easily the best point from UNC in this match, and we talk about this all the time. They might and probably won't come back here in women's doubles, but you need your women confident going into mixed doubles. We saw it with Ian Hutter, Rachel, down in Atlanta, where he kind of got outplayed in men's doubles, but then was able to pick himself up in mixed and singles.
Yep.
And that point right there, that'll give some confidence to Shaw.
That one won't, however.
Nah.
But you're right. You're in the previous one.
It can be so quick to gain confidence, and then it just goes away with one bad shot.
Right.
Reach into the choir, my friend.
There we go.
Kenna sold out on the attack, and Shaw was able to respond. The open court.
And here's the freeze. So if NC State gets this ball back, they will not get 21 points. They are frozen at 20 until they win the game.
And they'll get it back quickly and try to close it out here in women's doubles. Off the serve of Lauren Hutchinson. And not yet for the Wolfpack. And, again, back to what we were just talking about, guys. You can see UNC's playing quite a bit better in the second half of this match than they were in the first half, where they were on a lot of occasions, just kind of giving points away to North Carolina or to NC State.
Yeah, that happens a lot of times in rally scoring. You know, you pull back and then, you get off to a bad start, and then you pull it back a little bit, and then it kind of gets away from you. But now, you know, just don't let them win when they're serving, and you'll get back to 2020, and you'll have a shot at this game.
Evie Kenna just looked at Lauren Hutchinson and said, right here. And Hutchinson smiled and said, all right. And it will be right here. NC State claims women's doubles to get semifinal number 1 started. Got out to a strong start. Never relented. 21-12, the final for the Wolfpack. Men's doubles coming up next. Chase Brotman, Skylar Riley for NC State will take on Matt Nesbitt, Colby Hill for UNC. This is the 2025 Performance College Cup, live from PPB RVA.
About an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility, really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great, lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good, everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
Men's doubles now on tap in semifinal number 1. Again, in semifinal number 2, we will see the JMU Dukes. Virginia Tech was taking on UNC2. Derek, have we gotten to the outcome of that quarterfinal?
Yes, Virginia Tech got a little scared there. They won women's, lost men's, and then close game in mixed, but they were able to pull it away and then pulled away the second game. So now it's Virginia Tech pulled through, and JMU won 4-0 in their quarterfinal, so we'll see Virginia Tech versus JMU.
JMU, the defending Fall College Cup champions here. And again, we've decided on doing this in both seasons, spring and fall, and have had a tremendous field in all, but never quite as big as this one here today. Again, 172 players representing 32 schools. Just dynamite work by Derek Crage. We like to make him blush here on the broadcast, which you cannot see. But Derek along with me, as is my good buddy Rachel Roney. And we are just kind of getting into that tournament season in college pickleball right now. It's had the Georgia Super Regional, the Ohio Super Regional. Next week we'll go to the DUPR New Jersey Super Regional in Princeton, or just outside. And then the Arizona Super Regional in Scottsdale, which Derek is going to help Jacob Smith coordinate, just outside of Phoenix, and then all leading to the Collegiate Pickleball Tour's first national championship in the spring, which I love that change that they're making, and that will occur again just outside of Atlanta in Peachtree at Lifetime Pickleball, and I will be on the call with you there as well. Strong statement from NC State in women's doubles. That was not necessarily a surprising outcome based on that matchup, Derek. This one, though, much more evenly matched as we look at Chase Brotman, Skylar Riley for NC State against Matt Nesbitt on the other side, along with Colby Hill. And as you look at them on the bottom of the screen there in the Tar Heel blue, Carolina blue, that is Nesbitt, the left-hander. On the right side, that is Colby Hill in the backwards black cap, black pants on the left side. Top of your screen, returning serve is Skylar Riley, Chase Brotman. Backwards black cap up at the net.
And I agree with you, John. I think this will be a very close match between these two teams. NC State on the far side, very even level players. Chase on DUPR is a 5'5", Skylar a 5'3". You know, very, very respectable players. And then on the near side, wow, what a shot by Colby. On the near side, you got Matthew Nesbitt at a 5'3" and Colby at a 5'0". So, you know, NC State has the higher DUPR. They're probably the favorites. But Matthew, I've watched him this tournament, and, man, he's impressed me.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. We saw him in Atlanta as well with that Carolina team that came out on top.
Yeah, and I really liked Matt's demeanor in that tournament. Again, Carolina was down. They lost both men's and women's, but Nesbitt and Hutter rebounded in mixed, along with Carpenter and Shaw. And a strong start here for North Carolina, up 3-0. And you start to hear here, there's a large contingent of Carolina fans, including a number of our staff members here from Performance Pickleball RVA. For whatever reason, Rach, we hired a bunch of Carolina fans. We feel it for pickleball. We hear it, feel it for March Madness as well, usually, as Brotman and Riley get on the board for the first time.
Yeah, I really applaud UNC. At this tournament, they had 18 total players, whereas NC State only brought their top 4. So, I mean, great by UNC to get their whole team involved.
Take a look back at the last Tar Heel point there. And again, Performance Productions just continuing to enhance, and that is at the direction of executive producer Cam Meeks, doing an extraordinary job, as is always the case. And kind of a tight start here for Brotman and Riley, Dirk.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that. But, you know, Matthew, when he gets hot, we talked about this earlier. I mean, they tend to go streaky. And, you know, when they're winning, they feel confident, like what Matthew does right now. I mean, they're not going to miss, except right there. I always got to jinx them.
Well, that's the broadcaster jinx right there, but it doesn't change your point, which is absolutely correct. Matt Nesbitt, I've been looking forward to this because, honestly, have not seen a ton of Skylar Riley or Colby Hill. I've seen each of them a couple of times, but Brotman and Nesbitt in college pickleball are two of my favorite players to watch and commentate. They're both capable of kind of that showman aspect, as Hill able to tomahawk that down for a 6-2 lead.
And Colby Hill, I want to talk about him. He's been to all 3 college cups, and the other 2, he was not on the one team. So, I mean, it just shows his, you know, his will to want to win, just love the sport, that, you know, he's not on the best team, but he just wants to get better, keep improving himself. And now, look, he's on the one team, and he's beaten up on the number 1 seed, NC State. So, I mean, that's just amazing.
Chase Brotman right there on the counter. I believe UNC thought that was going to travel long and did not. So NC State trying to get something going, but a little tape help for Colby Hill and the obligatory apology with the left hand. Very interesting to see how these teams stack it for mixed doubles, particularly if North Carolina can win in men's doubles. There's Brotman again playing that strong left side. He and Nesbitt obviously know each other quite well. And if this game tightens up, they're friendly foes, but man, like I said, they're both kind of on-court showmen. We might start getting a little back and forth banner, and that's the stuff we love.
Yeah, I hope that happens.
Saw a little bit down in Virginia Beach at the Super Regional last year, or last fall, I should say.
Did they play in that tournament?
Actually, it was more so in the NC State UVA match, and you were calling that with me.
You're right. Does that mean JMU played UNC, right?
JMU, I want to say, lost in the quarterfinals, right?
They were
semifinals?
semi.
Okay. Man, what a tour that was.
I remember. I thought they played UVA. Because I remember Ryan, he got pretty heated against UVA, and then these 2 teams I think played.
Yeah, you're right. And that's when it was, actually. I was Hutter and Nesbitt.
Against Chase and I believe Peter Glass was
Peter
on
Glass.
NC State.
Yep. But now you're starting to hear it a little bit more so from the spectators, as North Carolina has the 9-5 lead.
Yeah, that's what's so fun about these college events is, you know, just being in college as an athlete, being on a team is so much more fun. The energy is so much higher, I think. So I love this format.
Yep, couldn't agree more.
Rachel and I actually compete on a weekly team league here at Performance Pickleball. And Rachel, no mercy from you this past week. 6 games, 6 points allowed.
Wow.
That was just mean. Very Derek Crage-like. That wanders wide. And I think we're about to get...
Oh, here's our banter coming along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No weak stuff over here.
Ben's trying to sell him down a little bit.
Nah, let him go, Ben. That's
Yeah.
Ben Davis, our head referee.
Come on,
Robin
Ben.
Terrell is serving as our second ref.
Ben, it's collegiate pickleball. Let him go.
Ben says we're good. And Matt just said we're just joking. Like, we like each other. They do like each other. That's what's fun about it.
Ben is just so good as a ref. He's got to have a textbook.
Oh, yes. That is very true.
Brockman gets the best of that dink exchange and saw him change off the pattern to involve Nesbitt.
And NC State's brought it back within 1. Wow, great shot, Matt. As he stares down Riley after he hits that. These are 2 teams that know each other well. You love to see it.
That's what's fun kind of in the third full year of collegiate pickleball, these true rivalries which we've seen in other sports for years come to fruition. We've got in-state rivalry in our first semifinal. North Carolina leading NC State 11-8 at the end change in men's doubles, but NC State has women's doubles in their pocket. Back to RVA in just a moment.
In my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going.
I know, I like it.
Rachel likes it, you like it. It's the great sport of pickleball. 11-8 for North Carolina, and now 12-8 for North Carolina. NC State, however, leads this match 1 game to none. No Dream Breakers yet today because we're not using that format in pool play, but Dream Breakers are alive here as we've advanced to the semifinal round. Nesbitt tried to clean up his own mess there off a poor reset, but could not do so.
I saw Chase talking to a ref for a little bit. Might have been something with the UNC crowd, maybe cheering too early in the point. Good leave.
Nesbitt with the emphatic out call. He saw Kobe Hill. He was ready to fire and was able to pull it back out. I think one of the reasons I like Chase Brotman so much is he could be doppelganger for my favorite cousin. Identical. His name is Gil, if you were wondering. Yeah, I thought that was coming.
He's really good at that.
Well, I thought it was coming because you saw the hands down a little bit there from Skylar Riley.
Taking a timeout.
Yep.
Timeout at 14-9. We'll keep it here, however. We are John Laser, Derek Crage, Rachel Roney. Performance College Cup 2025, a national bid to the winner, although a number of these schools, including North Carolina, have already secured their bid.
I guess, actually, JMU got it because they're the only team remaining without a bid, so congrats to JMU.
Yeah, and that's what they've said. That's the 3rd consecutive time they've played Randolph-Macon, whom they beat in the quarterfinals with a bid on the line.
Wow.
And JMU has won all 3 of those now. And again, we'll see JMU versus Virginia Tech. Derek's going to try to be as unbiased as possible and fail miserably at it in about 30 minutes.
Yep, I will.
It's understandable. Derek, for people that don't know, founded the Virginia Tech Pickleball Club. Nesbitt. You see the look of disbelief on his face. He said it was wide open.
And I talked to the NC State men earlier. Chase normally is a right side player and Skylar left side, but they decided to put Chase on the left because, you know, Chase is the better player. Probably get more balls, more forehands. But I want to see if they maybe switch it up. You know, they talked about this as a practice for Nationals. And I feel like Skylar is struggling just a little bit on that right side.
Yeah.
He just doesn't look natural over there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. He hit a good dink earlier, but then didn't like move to where he should be. And you're, of course, a right side player at the professional level. And I think North Carolina sensed that as well, and the attack came pretty quickly.
And when I'm playing two people I know are on the side that they're not comfortable on, you can really target that. I think you see that right now.
And you kind of see it in the body
language. Yeah, I think
language.
it would be a good time to try something different at this point in the game.
You kind of see it in the body language of Chase Brotman. Like I said, he's usually high energy. Don't know if he feels like he's got the firepower right now.
Yeah.
(17-11). Carolina trying to pull away from NC State. NC State is able to win women's doubles 21-12.
There's allowed out again.
Nesbitt looked that time at Colby Hill and said, "Was that going out?" I don't think it was, to be honest with you.
As a partner, sometimes you just say, "Yeah, it's going out," just to relax your partner.
Nesbitt firing away. That point had an air of inevitability as the pack was pinned back on the baseline.
You cannot count NC State out. Just 5 points.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sensational point. Brotman wins it.
I really like that strategy from Chase there. You know, targeting Colby. Probably the least experienced player on the court. You know, playing very well in this match, but you got to try to single him out. You know, make Matthew feel like he needs to do too much, and see how it goes from there.
Great pickup by Skylar Riley, but all it does is cause Chase Brotman to pay the price.
It's typically how it works. Nice.
Great setup there.
Yeah. Skylar just starting to feel a little bit more comfortable over there, I feel like.
Serve is just long.
Checking with the ref.
Skylar is going to check with Ben Davis. He will check with his second ref. I saw it perfectly. It was out. And that will be the call. So game point for Carolina. Try to even up this match at one apiece. Brotman didn't want to wait and see if that was going to fall out.
Yeah.
I thought it was going out.
I think it was, but we call that a 99.9%er. And a chance for a little momentum with the flare on the put away.
Yeah, this is where that freeze happens, like you said, Derek, and can create some pressure to kind of finish it.
Colby Hill, excellent backhand flick. Game point number 2. And that's That's all it will take. Carolina evens it up in semifinal number 1. Women's to the Wolfpack, men's to the Heels. On to mixed we go from Performance Pickleball RVA.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. Number 1, you're looking at mixed doubles number 1, and you see the matchup now. It'll be Chase Brockman, Evie Kenna against Jana Shaw, and her partner for mixed doubles, Matt Nesbitt. That's the lineup there. That's how we'll flip it. We'll take another quick timeout and come right back to Performance Pickleball RVA. John Laser, Derek Crage, and now joined by Scott Gillum from North Carolina Pickleball. And Scott, first of all, a warm welcome back to the Performance College Cup, a tournament where the Tar Heels have had quite a bit of success of late. And welcome, man. We really wanted to get your thoughts on the growth of college pickleball. Absolutely. And North Carolina's place kind of atop that, continuing that with a win in the Georgia Super Regional.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
How are things down on Tobacco Road?
Things are fantastic. It's been such a tremendous scene down here in Chapel Hill. We love the College Cup so much. It's one of our favorite tournaments, my personal favorite that we've come to. We played in every one that's existed so far, thanks to Derek here. But the pickleball scene has grown so much in North Carolina. As you can see, State and our Heels are tremendously even. These have been amazing games. It's just grown so much on our campus. We have hundreds of people coming out to our practices, trying out for our teams, going to tournaments once or twice a month. Obviously, we won the first ever national championships, and we still get to hang that over everyone's heads every now and then, especially whenever Colin Schick decides to put on a Carolina jersey again. But I'm honored to be this group's president, and it's been a blast as I've been winding down the last days of my senior year. But we got a great match ahead of us.
Yeah, we do, and that match is tied at a game apiece. Women's doubles to NC State. Nice response from Matt Nesbitt, Colby Hill there in men's doubles.
Absolutely.
How are you guys shaping it up here for mixed as you send out Matt and Jaina in this first matchup?
We've been sending out Matt and Jaina pretty much every mixed matchup for our A team. Matt has been absolutely on fire to start the knockout rounds. He's gone into a flow state where you won't see a darn emotion off his face, but you just know that he's locked in. But they have a tremendous challenge with Chase and Evie here. They've been super dominant over the course of this tournament. They have been just as dominant as our A team coming into the knockout rounds.
Do you know Chase and Evie, have they played together this entire tournament?
I believe they have. I've been bouncing around.
Okay.
But
That's interesting because Evie and Skylar, as you might know, they're partners off the court. So, and they play a lot of mixed doubles tournaments together. So it's interesting that they're splitting up for this tournament.
I'm not entirely sure, but what I do know is that both of these teams need a win really bad. And knowing my team, these are our two best players that we got on the court right now. So they're going to be ready to go.
I agree. I'd say for both teams, this is their best mixed matchup, and they decided to both put them first.
This is best versus best.
Yeah.
Best on best. We saw it in hockey a couple nights ago. It was fantastic. We're seeing it in pickleball here today.
What a get.
Chase and Matthew have been going back and forth, playing against each other for what feels like years now, but they're right. It's a bit of a rivalry, I guess, but they're tremendous players.
And friendly rivalry. I've talked to both of them about it. They just love the banter.
Oh, absolutely.
We also told Ben Davis, our head referee, kind of stepped in and we said, nah, let it go.
I was standing there right with them. They've been, State and UNC, our players hang out and play with each other constantly. We're all friends with each other, so all the banter is just playful. It sounds a little bit more intense than it should on the court, and obviously a lot of my guys are screaming their heads off, but it's all friendly competition, as you can hear. My guy Luke back there.
I feel like
didn't mean to shout him out. Sorry, Luke.
And like you guys have that rivalry in North Carolina, so does JMU and Virginia Tech up in Virginia.
Oh, most certainly.
I'm wondering, do you guys host like a tournament between just you two teams? Because that's what Virginia Tech and JMU does every semester.
That sounds like a great idea. The last one we hosted, a new indoor pickleball facility called Pickles and Play in Chapel Hill just opened up within I think about less than a year ago, and we hosted a quick little invitational at the beginning of the year in September. Brought our A and B teams from Carolina, as did State. I think we split them. We're both really even.
Yeah.
It's always a great match when these two teams face off.
Same with Virginia Tech and JMU. I feel like they're so evenly matched.
Most certainly.
You know, and we try to bring our whole squad of 24 players, try to get everyone involved, get that rivalry going, and also make friendships. So when you're all the way in Dallas at a national championship, even though they're not on your team, you still got friends to talk to.
Absolutely. Playing against James Madison in the semifinals of the College Cup in October, we got to meet some of the guys at JMU. They're all really good dudes. They're really passionate, really fun guys, and got to talk to them a little bit at nationals, and talk about some memories from the College Cup for sure.
5-4 for North Carolina. As you've seen, Nesbitt, to Scott's earlier point, just really been playing strong pickleball. Now we're even up at 5. And I wanted to go back to something you said earlier, Scott, about how you won't see a change in emotion from Matt Nesbitt. And that's something I actually said on a broadcast last year that I'd love to see from Matt, to not get so high and get so low. And he's done that, and it has really elevated his game.
Absolutely. You see him playing I see him play casually all the time at practices, and he's super competitive, and he'll talk a little smack with us, but that's just because we're friends. But when he gets on that court, it may have just been a switch that flipped when he transferred over here from community college, but he is absolutely dialed in, and he was at Nationals as well.
Right. You guys got to stop talking nice about Matt. He just lost 3 straight points.
And we may have jinxed him a little bit. Yeah. I might need to shut my mouth. Let's talk about Jaina. Jaina has improved tremendously over the course of her first year at UNC. She's a transfer from UF in Florida. She tried out for our team in the fall, and she has just improved so dramatically over the course of the year. It's been fantastic.
Clearly, because they just came back from a Georgia regional win.
Yes,
over Florida.
That was her first experience playing on our. It was a wonderful. I imagine a wonderful experience for her, beating her old school, and that was her first experience on our true A team with Sarah and Ian and Matt. So it was a wonderful experience for her. I'm so glad she got to have that.
Did she play for Florida when she was there?
This was her first year playing pickleball. Yes. Yeah, her first year playing pickleball. It's shocking to us all, but her athleticism is tremendous. Her dinking skills have gone up so much, and she is just a wonderful athlete. Resets have gotten so much better over the course of the year.
Wow,
that's a great shot.
There's that emotion from Chase Brotman that we didn't see much of in men's doubles. But yeah, Scott, we were just talking about with Jaina Shaw. We called that final of the Georgia Super Regional, and dramatic comeback, of course. But you just felt like Jana was getting better and better, even point by point, let alone game by game.
You see it. I mean, I see it in practices 3 days a week. All of our best players are grabbing her and making her play games with them. I said that as if it was me included in that. I know my place. But
it's been too much Brotman the last handful of points, and at the change of ends, it's 11-7 NC State. This match tied at a game apiece. Good on good. Sketcher Stadium Court 2 mixed doubles game 1 resumes in just a moment.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain.
A little bit of a roll here for NC State, and we've seen this at Super Regionals and now at the College Cup quite a bit. You're allowed a minute timeout on the change of ends, and most teams these days don't elect to take it, just right back to action. Terrible for our sponsors.
Yeah, if I was UNC, I would have taken that with now a 6-5 run lead.
Yeah, we haven't been taking our timeouts very frequently today. Even our B and C teams, I've been trying to tell them to take some time, grab some water. We're on the wrong end of a long run right now. What we really could use is a timeout that isn't charged on us. Unfortunately, we might have to use one soon.
That was a great get by Jana there. I mean, Chase just slammed it right at her, and she got it back.
Misfire from Evie Kenna, and you see Evie tap her shoulder and say, "It's my bad," and that ends that run in a desperately needed time for the Tar Heels.
We hear a booming good leave from the Carolina sidelines. That's her.
Oh, what a get by Kenna right there.
Yeah.
But Shaw would love to see that one again. 15-8. And you can see Brotman wants to play fast right now. He realizes they've got the momentum.
Absolutely, and it seems like Matthew's trying to take just as much of the court as he can. Good movement.
What a drop. Wow.
That's another good leave. Great point.
Yeah.
Tremendous defense by State there. A little bit too much Nesbitt to handle.
We've seen that a time or two before. Matt Nesbitt, emphatic put away, and you can hear him at the end there riling himself up.
I will say, playing against Matthew, I've never felt more unathletic in my life.
It's not at all how I feel when I play with Derek. Oh, Kenna, that wicked cross there. That ball wasn't all that high for Evie, but able to go and get it.
And you can hear Chase there yelling, "Nobody home, nobody home."
We were our fans were certainly firing it during the men's doubles game, and it seems like Chase is firing back, much to our chagrin.
Yeah. Is that out?
I believe so. Oh, Chase, very, very kind of him.
Yeah.
I will say, Derek, now that you've graduated from Virginia Tech, how much pickleball are you playing these days?
Not much. I mean, right outside of graduation, I was playing a couple times a week.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just been busy, Life gets to you, so not that much.
Shoot, that's, my graduation's looming, so that's so reassuring. I'd love to be playing as long as I can. I ask you that because I wanted to call back to the one match that we played against each other way back at the UVA regional a couple years ago, where you and Cody handed Javon and I a tough loss.
What round was that?
Oh, like the first round. It was
really
pretty bad performance out of us. Pretty early. We just got out of the car. Y'all have probably been playing for a little bit, and it showed. It showed for sure.
Was that in pool play?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And we didn't last long in that tournament.
Yeah, Cody and I ended up getting gold in men's.
Oh, that
was a fun tournament.
As much as I love Memory Road, NC State closing in on mixed doubles game 1 here.
And apologies for trying to distract a little bit. I'm trying not to associate with what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Great call. Great
Service
call.
error.
Good leave.
It's my favorite thing in pickleball when serve return's coming and your partner says bounce it, and you say, I am obligated by the rules to bounce it.
Now that you mention it, I might not. Let's see what happens. Oh,
what a shot by Matt Nesbitt.
That's certainly an adjustment that Chase was making until he was proven otherwise, and it's been working until now. Matthew might be starting to figure something out here as the lead shrinks to 4.
What a shot.
I'm not sure what Chase just said to me, but I hope it wasn't directed at me.
I think it was directed at me, actually. I think he'd like to get this gentleman removed, but I don't find that he's doing anything wrong. Take another quick look at that shot from Matt Nesbitt. And I was going to say, if UNC scored one more point there, I'd probably take a timeout if I was NC State, but it didn't happen.
What I do know is that if there was ever a time where NC State would call a timeout, it would be followed by a raucous sound from our bench players over here. That's a good start. We're going to need that.
And if you can close this gap, Scott, as you know, before you get to that score freeze, it makes it even that much more desirable a position to be in once you get to that freeze.
Absolutely.
And Kenna did a nice job directing that point to Jana Shaw, get Nesbitt out of it.
It's been a couple points since she's been that heavily involved in one of these points, and Matthew might have to step back aside and play some more defense. Good leave. Sorry, I'm a little biased in case you couldn't tell.
Well, I would imagine it would be more peculiar if you weren't, quite frankly.
It's my job as president.
Yeah. No, and in a high leverage moment.
It's a great
Step ball in.
I guess so. There we go.
Awkwardly put it on the left foot of Evie Kenna, and it's back to a 2-point affair at 17-19 off the serve of Shaw.
This is such a big game for both teams.
Jana Shaw hit about 5 extraordinary shots prior to that.
She seemed to have taken out some of her frustration on the stadium banner over there on our right. Hopefully that didn't spook too many of the parents watching by.
Rottman dumps the drop. The score is actually 18-20 at the moment. So score freeze is in place.
That's good.
That's a great ball.
Yeah. It's a really great block by Evie.
Now you look at the look on her face. She didn't think it was a great block. She felt like she got lucky.
Yeah.
But it was kind of an in-betweener for Nesbitt. Game point.
And that's
there it is. NC State took women's doubles and now mixed doubles 1. Tremendous competition in our first semifinal. Scott, thank you so very much. One, for bringing the Tar Heels up here. What you've built at North Carolina, incredible, and we congratulate you on that. But I want to let you get back to your duties as president here.
Fantastic.
As we move to mixed doubles, too. Scott Gillum, the president of North Carolina Pickleball, joining Derek and I. Rachel will be back with us on the other side as Carolina now looking to force a dream breaker here in our first semifinal.
Thank you all so much. Go Heels.
About an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
Once again, our thanks to Scott Gillum, the president of North Carolina Pickleball, as the Tar Heels in a tough spot here now after mixed doubles one. NC State claims that victory. Just talking to Chase Brotman, he and Evie Kenna able to prevail over Matt Nesbitt and Jana Shaw. And now we move to mixed doubles two. John Laser, Derek Craig still with you. We bring back our third member of our broadcast team, Rachel Roney. And now we look at this matchup. We said it was a very critical matchup in mixed doubles one, Derek, but we didn't say it was the end-all, be-all. As you look at Hutchinson and Riley for NC State against Hill and Horvath, these four certainly not as experienced as the four that we just watched. Who do you feel has the advantage?
Yeah, you're right. We saw before the top teams from each team played each other, and now you'll see that UNC kind of has some pressure on them, and NC State can kind of relax a little bit because they know, at worst, we're in a dream breaker. At best, we won the match. So as for this match, it's really hard to say. I mean, these are two very even teams. If I had to pick, I'd probably say NC State has the slight advantage, just with Skylar Riley, a very strong player. But, I mean, Colby, with how well he played in the first match, I got to say, it could go either way.
Well, you look at the cumulative dupers of these tandems. Skylar Riley at a 5.302 against Colby Hill from North Carolina is at a 5.087. So about a 0.23 gap there. And then on the other side, Emma Horvath is at a 4.384. And Lauren Hutchinson checks in at 4.006, which just means Lauren hasn't played a lot of duper matches because she's clearly a better player than that.
Yeah.
But, again, to Derek's point, very evenly balanced. North Carolina a little too aggressive on the opening point.
I think we're rooting for a dream breaker, are we?
We always root for drama, Derek. You know that.
It always makes it more exciting.
I'm sure Scott's rooting for a dream breaker right now.
Yes, he is, but NC State out to a 2-0 start. I've liked the demeanor from Hutchinson today. She, like I said, probably the least experienced on this Wolfpack team, at least on the female side. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like she feels like this is new or anything like that.
Wow. Great leave right there. Just already 3 points. You can tell that 4.006 is not very accurate.
And a 4-0 start for NC State. This is kind of mimicking women's doubles that got out to a 7-0 start, Rachel, before UNC took a timeout.
Yeah, I'm looking for them to take that earlier this time, hopefully.
Hutchinson makes really the first error of the game for NC State. Riley had set that up well.
I think what I was talking about in men's doubles, how Skylar is a left side player, I think you really start to see that right now. He just looks more comfortable, more relaxed. So they might want to consider that going, if they succeed going into the finals, they might want to think about switching up that men's doubles side.
Yeah, you're right. He looks very comfortable over on the left right now.
Yeah, he looks a lot more confident on that side, absolutely.
Totally get it. Like, I hate the right side. Hate it. Meanwhile, Derek, that's your specialty.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, particularly you look at the height. You know, he's not a skyscraper or anything, Skylar Riley, but he's definitely got height and length, and that just plays so much more on that left side.
Similar to myself, Chase plays more of a slower game, great hands, not the tallest person, not the longest reach, just like myself, so good to be on the right side with those strengths.
Yeah, Brotman was trying to explain to us the dynamics of how these mixed combinations were formed, and I think even he was puzzled. So we won't even try to explain it to you. Great shot by Emma Horvath. Just heard the UNC contingent saying repeatedly, keep him honest, keep him honest. And him is Skylar Riley because he's kind of been dominant by pinching that middle. It's going to wander wide. UNC hanging in there back and forth a little bit.
Good drive there by Colby. When you get a short, low return and the other team is running in, it's such a good strategy to just drive it right at them.
Too many free points, though, thus far for NC State, given by Carolina.
I agree.
Attacking Horvath. Best point of the match goes to Carolina.
What are your thoughts on the cross-court speed-ups? As I'm seeing them happen a little bit more often than I used to.
Don't mind him as much in mixed doubles, but in gender doubles, I find it gets swatted back at me more often than not.
Yeah, because it just gives the cross-court opponent way too much time. And I feel like I make that mistake all the time. I like going cross-court, but sometimes the best shot is just right in front of you at the guy right at the kitchen.
Yeah.
I was playing in I played in a pro event, Pro Plus 3 event with Jay DeVilliers a couple years ago, and that was one of the first things he said was never speed cross.
Yeah.
He also said some other unflattering things to me. Great guy.
Yeah, certainly you just have more distance to react in the cross-court scenario. So.
But also cross-court, you have a lower net and a lot more space to, put more topspin on the ball, attack it. Whereas speeding up in front of you, the net's higher. It's really hard to get the ball down at the opponent's feet when it's someone across from you or someone right in front of you. So that can be the challenge of hitting it to the person right in front of you.
Good point.
Oh, great shot by Skylar Riley. NC State again out to the quick start, but UNC's done a really nice job of steadying themselves here and changing some of those patterns.
I agree.
Now Kentucky Fair, again, our scenario, NC State ahead 2-1. UNC needs this to force a dream breaker. They've been here before. They had to do the very same thing a couple weeks ago in the Georgia Super Regional.
But you said they were down 2-0 then, right?
Yep, 2-0.
So this is even tough, or this is easier than Georgia.
Well, Derek, a quick mathematics lesson. They were down 2-0, but then they were down 2-1.
I know.
But yes, this is not nearly as difficult as that was. As we get to the change of ends, we're going to keep it right here because, as we saw, these teams like to keep it going, and you can see there the demeanor of NC State. They want to keep on playing with that 11-9 lead. And Chase Brotman out for a moment of consultation with Skylar Riley. Skylar was kind of dominating the early portion of this game, Rachel, and then UNC countered. How did they do that?
Yeah, I mean, he just looked really comfortable in the middle there. I think that most likely they're strategizing how he can continue to create that pressure. What do you think, Derek?
I think UNC just started making better shots. At first, they were a little shaky, like you said. They were giving NC State a lot of free points. As the game goes on, they start to get more comfortable in the match, start hitting the shots that they usually make. And, that puts more pressure on NC State, like you said, to make a better shot. So we'll see if they can continue it here.
Excellent shot to start it on that cue from Emma Horvath.
I think your early prediction of it could go either way is playing out nicely so far.
That's what I do, though. That's the greatest sellout prediction of all time. Who do you think is going to win? I don't know.
Yeah, you'll always be right.
You're never wrong. I see in our comments on our live cast, Ian Hutter, who's, again, normally a part of this top UNC team, is watching, cheering on his heels. Hello, Ian. We miss you.
Yeah.
.13 on the side out. And again, ever since it started 4-0, it's kind of tilted right here in this 2-3 point range. Riley comes over and says, I know you can do it, but let me try.
Yeah. That's what you see Matthew do a lot when he plays mix, and that's what makes him such a tough team to beat.
again, Carolina has not faltered in this match. There's been a couple of times where looks like NC State's about to pull away, and UNC has then earned that side out.
Good serve.
Colby Hill kicking himself there. He had that short ball, but
if I'm Colby there, I got to hit it cross court to the player that's back at the baseline.
Yeah.
She hit that return and didn't even move. While it might be tempting to go right in front of you at the guy standing at the kitchen, you know, just make the percentage shot cross court, and you got the advantage in the point. You're at the net.
Yeah.
Carolina's going to take the timeout at 12:16, and I like this timeout here because, as I just said a moment ago, this is another one of those spots where it feels like NC State has kind of grabbed control of this match. And I think the messaging right now, and it's happening right in front of us, in front of our broadcast location here, adjacent to Skechers Stadium Court 2, is probably to Emma Horvath and saying, you know what, you don't need to do as much as you're trying to do in terms of ending points, speeding things up. Like, let's keep us in good spots, Rachel, and let Colby come over and be the aggressor.
Right, and like Derek said, not going for the lower margin shot in those opportunities, play that cross court, and smart pickleball, because they're close to closing that gap, but then they make that kind of stray shot here and there, keeping them away from the win. So
16-12, the serve comes from Lauren Hutchinson. Oh, what a phenomenal cross there from Hutchinson. 17-12. NC State a win in this game. They're on to the finals to face the winner of JMU and Virginia Tech. All North Carolina in the first semi, all Virginia in the second.
Good ball movement by Colby there.
Good play there.
Again, Carolina, it's been the theme of this game. They're just kind of hanging in there. They've never had the lead. Never been back within 2 since falling behind early. Wow, what a shot by Colby Hill. And Emma Horvath has to smile.
That always feels good when someone drives it. You pull it behind them.
I got the applause on the paddle from Skylar Riley. Look out. Yeah, great shot. Put away, obviously, from Riley, but it was the shot before that that was exquisite.
And you know, for UNC, these are two players that typically don't play on their top team. So this game, they really want to prove themselves. You know, what a get. Wow. Surprised Skylar got that.
Horvath again sped it up at Skylar Riley. That time it worked. 15-18. (19-15), 2 points away for NC State. And those two are going to be difficult to get. UNC continues to hang right in there. Hutchinson got too eager there. One, that was an out ball, and two, she was too
a little
quick
tight
to it.
there on that swing.
They're inching close.
Oh, but a service fault from Colby Hill. Critical time turns into match point.
Alive.
Too much pressure from Colby Hill. Just gorgeous defense there from NC State. The problem was Riley was eventually able to reset it, but Hutchinson didn't read it and follow it in. Back within a point.
Is that a foot fault?
I believe so, yeah.
19-20.
Come on, Dream Breaker.
Great placement right on the shoe top of Colby Hill. So a second match point for NC State. However, should they not convert it, there we are at 20-all.
I think they need to convert it right here.
Oh,
wow.
Sits on top of the tape, and that decides it. No dream breaker for Derek or for any of us. It's the Wolfpack advancing to the final of the 2025 Performance College Cup. Tremendous showing, as always, from North Carolina. And as we said to Scott Gillum when he was with us, we love the loyalty and the fact they continue to make the trip here to Richmond each and every event. Semifinal number 2 coming up next. James Madison versus Virginia Tech. As you see, the winner gets the Wolfpack for the College Cup.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the waves, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
I have no idea what I would do without Neighbor Force. This is my mother, and she's been using Neighbor Force for about 5 years.
About 5 years, yes.
And it has been a lifesaver.
Hey pickleballers, do you have aging parents or know people that do? Well, Neighbor Force could be the answer if you need just a little bit of extra help. No contracts, 1 hour minimum. We are definitely the people to call. Or are you looking to get involved in your community? Being a neighbor at Neighbor Force could be the answer. We would not conflict with your pickleball matches. You can work whenever you want. It's almost like volunteering with a paycheck.
Neighbor Force is the bomb.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Time for our second semifinal here in our 2025 Performance College Cup, the largest college cup we've ever had. 172 players, 32 schools represented. We're down to 3 to take home that College Cup. NC State, congratulations to the Wolfpack. I said going into that game, is it going to be the day for NC State? And it was, at least as it pertains to defeating North Carolina. Now, we shift from North Carolina to Virginia in our second semifinal, JMU and Virginia Tech. And Virginia Tech, a strong start. As you see the tandems here, JMU, Kozlowski, Jenna Tillman. On the other side, Milium Gaze, Heather Murphy for VT. And nobody home in the middle, and Virginia Tech off to a strong start. John Laser, Derek Crage, who is biased in this one. That's fine. We'll allow it because he put together this tournament. And Rachel Roney. But with good reason, Derek. You started this Virginia Tech program, and we're at a time, of course, the top player on it, part of the top tandem, and really kind of introduced Virginia Tech to collegiate tournament pickleball. It's got to be pretty gratifying to see your squad here in the semifinal.
Yeah, it is, and I'm really glad I did that. It's crazy, you know. A couple years ago, you're just filling out some paperwork, and now they got 6 teams here. So it's amazing how much the sport has grown, how much, you know, the pickleball club at Virginia Tech has grown, and same thing for JMU. Like a couple years ago, they were just starting out, just one of those teams, and now look at them. I mean, they're in the semifinals. They brought 4 teams and it's like 6 challenger teams. I think 26 players in total came from JMU and 24 from Tech, so that just says a lot about these schools.
Well, and you go back to the origin story. I want to get your origin story for the club itself at Virginia Tech as the Hokies out to a quick 5-1 start here. I'm not sure this is all that unexpected, but origin story for that relationship with JMU, number of different fronts, right? My business partner, Lee Warfield, managing partner of Performance Pickleball, Big Duke, went to JMU, as did a lot of his friends, colleagues, huge JMU supporter. And then they came down, JMU did for the College Cup last year, the first time last February, as JMU takes time out early in this game. Got to know Ryan Morneau, whom you'll see in just a second here in men's doubles, and came to me with an idea and said, we're going to nationals, as are, you know, these other schools, but we want to make a documentary about it. I love stuff like that. And, you know, would you be willing to sponsor it? So we did. We, being Performance Pickleball, turned into just this awesome project. And, like, through that course of that, got to know so many more, including Jenna Tillman. Do not know Kozlowski nearly as well, but certainly familiar with her. And just kind of friendships formed through that. And you don't see it on their game uniforms, but a lot of the JMU supporters are wearing those Performance Pickleball sponsored shirts. And of course, Derek, as you know, that's how it all started with Virginia Tech too, in Performance Pickleball sponsoring the jerseys for Tech, and 2 years later here we are with a couple hundred of our best friends.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's pretty much how it starts. It's all about who you know, and looks like Tech's got some new sponsors, which I heard you set up for them. Wow.
Yeah, that's not a good omen right there for JMU. That Tech really had no business, Rachel, winning that.
Yeah, JMU was a little off the line on that one. So again, to your point, if you're backing off at all, that's not going to go well.
Milium, of course, one of your former mixed partners, Derek.
Yep. And I will say, as many of you remember, this is a rematch of the finals of the last College Cup. So Tech at that College Cup did not have their best team. JMU did. So Tech feels like, hey, we got something to prove. And JMU is like, hey, you know, we're still a good team right here. So we'll see how this ends up.
And this is the top Tech team right here. You're seeing Heather Murphy, who is about to serve here in the ponytail, and Milium Gaze, her partner, and Cody Miller and Evan Bernstein.
And Heather likes to joke with me. As you know, I was president, so I kind of got to choose the teams, although I consulted with the team, you know, make sure, you know, this is fair. And Heather wasn't always on the one team, so she kind of jokes with me like, hey, look at me now. But
I don't think she's joking.
Yeah. You're right.
Just kidding.
But I mean, from where she was a year ago and to where she is now, I mean, just phenomenal improvement. You know, she's been drilling, playing a lot with Cody, and you can really see it in her game. She looks so comfortable on that right side. and you'll see it in mixed as well.
That wanders just a bit long, so we do not get the change of ends. Score actually 3-10 right now. 3-10. There we go. And that will
Another down the middle.
force the change of ends. And Heather Murphy, the one to send us there. We'll keep it here. John Laser, Derek Rage, Rachel Roney. Those are the voices that you hear. Cam Meeks you do not hear, but he's the one who makes all of this possible, the executive producer of Performance Productions. We've got a DUPR Collegiate Pickleball Tour Super Regional coming up in, where are we going, Cam? No, just kidding. Princeton, New Jersey next weekend. Excited for that. David Beeger, Lorelei Singsank, of course, national champions at UVA a couple of years ago, are going to join me for that broadcast. As Virginia Tech leading 11-3 here in women's doubles to get us started. But, yeah, Heather Murphy, they were telling me last week Tech competed out in a different formatted tournament, and she was messing with the broadcasters, filled out her bio, and I guess told them that she was a professional checkers player.
Yeah. I heard that too, and I completely believed it. I was like, Heather, what? Like, yeah. I've known you for so long, and I didn't know you were an amazing checkers player.
Meanwhile, Milium Gaze, you see, kind of go for a shot that really wasn't there on that occasion, but she's also come a long way, Derek, in the last couple of years.
Yeah, like you said earlier, she was my mixed partner at the 2023 Nationals. We did pretty good, but, I mean, if you look at her now, look at her a couple years ago, she's really improved. She comes from tennis. She played tennis all of her life, and you can kind of see that with how she swings the paddle. But, you know, just learning pickleball, learning how to approach the kitchen, it's really a different game, and she's getting a lot better at it.
Now you see Jenna Tillman firing away, and got to know Jenna a little bit. She plays here at Performance in some of our other non-collegiate tournaments. Renee Kozlowski, her partner. This is not always the top tandem on the women's side for JMU.
Yeah, a lot of hesitancy in the middle for the JMU team. I'd like to see somebody get a little more assertive that's playing the left-hand side, whoever that is.
Yeah, I was going to say that's Kozlowski, and I was just about to make that point, Rachel. It seems like there's not a ton of communication in the middle. And certainly, as you see, another relatively easy put away for Murphy for Virginia Tech there. It doesn't seem like the JMU tandem kind of knows where the other is going to place the ball. And that just comes from a lack of familiarity.
Yeah. I feel like JMU has four top girls that are all around the same level, so they're all kind of fighting for that number one spot. And you'll see that right here. I mean, these two teammates don't usually play with each other. Good get. Oh.
That's just mean from Heather Murphy there.
I forgot to mention, these two teams actually met in last year's DUPR Nationals. Tech got the better of them, but that was a very interesting match. I think, John, you were announcing that, right?
I was announcing that, and that was about as good as I've seen Cody Miller play in that matchup, particularly against who we'll see him play here in just a moment, Ryan Morneau. But a similar situation in that match, Derek. Tech wound up winning that 3-0, and a part of that was because, 3-1, but a part of that seemed to be because Ryan Morneau realized he kind of needed to put on the Superman cape and tried to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think, did Ryan lose both his games in that match? Right, yeah.
And we're not accustomed to seeing that. Morneau has.
I think he won his mixed.
Won his mixed, yeah.
It was so long ago. But
it really wasn't all that long ago.
Uh-oh.
That's my fault, not yours. 18-6, though.
Wow.
And honestly, maybe that fact that it's been this one-sided in women's doubles is a surprise, but we expected Virginia Tech to win this game. For JMU, I think the path to victory in this match is to win men's. Not saying they will, but need to win men's. Basically, Morneau needs to win both his matches and then win the Dream Bowl.
You're right. And, you know, that's a pretty tough strategy. As we'll talk about later, Tech has some really good singles players. and we'll see. But yeah, like you said, the history of these two teams, it's typically the women's team has won all of the games, and then the men kind of go back and forth.
Wow, and there it is. And that was one of the quickest games we've seen today, really at every level. Virginia Tech mows through women's doubles 21-6. But now, on the other side, men's doubles, and the Stars come out here at Skechers Stadium Court 2. Cody Miller, top player, along with Evan Bernstein for Virginia Tech, as they take on Ryan Morneau and Chase Huff. Yeah, different partner for Morneau than we saw in the last College Cup. 1-0 for the Hokies here in Richmond.
I did a Good Feet commercial about 4 years ago, and I thought maybe I should check in with you. Yeah, I'm still wearing my Good Feet arch supports. They give you the freedom to move without pain. I worry about how warm or cool to dress on trail, but I don't worry about my feet anymore. I put my arch supports in and forget about it. I'm Deidre Haven, and this is still my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
John Laser, Derek Crates, Rachel Roney taking some heat from the Virginia Tech bench over here after they claimed women's doubles emphatically 21-6. Heather Murphy, you were talking about this. She just looked over at DK and said, "You like that, Derek?"
I mean, I keep telling her, like, you've improved.
You've
like,
motivated her.
Yeah. Like, you're a different player than you were a year ago. Like, as you just saw, she's a very strong player. I don't know what else I can say. I guess it'll just go on forever.
Well, the funny thing is UNC was taking their photo with a big check with their prize money for their third or fourth place finish, depending on how you look at it, having fallen to NC State in the semifinals. And the gentleman taking the picture for UNC, one of the fathers, set his beer down while I was taking the picture in the middle of the floor. Heather was making her way to the court, didn't see it, kicked it over. And I said, "Now Derek's actually just mad at you for spilling that beer." And she said, "What? Come on. Who puts a beer in the middle of the floor?" And I do have to side with her on that one. Yeah.
Thanks in advance for helping out.
We're having a lot of fun here at the 2025 Performance College Cup. Again, we saw the NC State North Carolina matchup in the first semifinal. That went to NC State. So the winner of this matchup between JMU and Virginia Tech will face the Wolfpack. And now let's introduce you to the four playing here. Bernstein and Miller for Virginia Tech. That's Bernstein who's going to play the right and serve first. Cody Miller on the left. Returning serve is Chase Huff. And his partner on the left side for JMU really needs no introduction. Ryan Morneau, one of, if not the top player in college pickleball.
Yeah, I think on this court, clearly there's three players that are, approaching that 5-5 status, like very good. And Chase, he's a 4-5, so, a very respectable player in his own, but just there's a big difference between 4-5 and 5-5. So I'll expect these VT boys to just pick on Chase, just like what they just did, and make Ryan feel like he needs to do too much, and that's when you know you're going to beat him.
Yeah, and we'll see. Ryan hasn't necessarily tried to come over yet, but what's interesting is that it's this pairing for JMU of Huff and Morneau. Huff, like you said, pedigreed player. He's generally played on the JMU 2 team, and Carter Work has been Morneau's partner. Carter's here. He played on the JMU 2 team today, so trying something a little bit different with Chase Huff.
Yep. A lot of teams are treating this as their nationals, practice ground. Seeing what works, seeing what doesn't.
Actually, the Huff family we've gotten to know pretty well. They're local here in Richmond, and Ryan Morneau, the emphatic me, didn't quite need to go with the forearm shiver to get Huff out of the way. Does get JMU on the board, trailing 1-3. Oh, what a great shot by Cody Miller.
And Cody, he loves to challenge. If there's a better player on the other side, he loves to challenge them. So I expect Cody to dink cross court, really make Ryan win this game.
And that's the second serve return that Huff has missed, and you can see him mutter under his breath, "Are you kidding me?" Looked like he actually lost his footing a little bit there. 3 points, not what you want to give to the Hokies. Yeah, Miller kind of ill-advised there. Not sure what the plan for that was.
He was a little too confident. Made 2 great shots, pulling both players off the court, and then a little reckless speeding it up.
Oh, wow.
What a reset.
That's Ryan Morneau for you.
Yep.
Oh, man. Cam Meeks is going to rack that up. We'll watch it again. Just a second. 6-3. And again, Morneau's, I've seen him in this role a lot of times. He is a phenomenal player as we watch this shot again from Morneau. But he's also, he's the leader of JMU Pickleball. He's the president, but he's also he's the therapist. You see him a lot of times where, he's obviously the better player in the tandem. He knows that, and trying to kind of coach along that player to realize they don't have to do it all because they've got him as their partner.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, sleight of hand and a wag of the tongue from Ryan Morneau.
I think we saw that with Matthew at UNC. You can really see him do that. Same with Chase at NC State. These are very good players in their roles.
Yeah, but see, Chase Huff is making mistakes right now that he doesn't make.
Yeah.
I've seen Chase play a lot of pickleball. He doesn't miss that shot.
Yeah, he seems a little tight, which
understandable.
It's a tough situation to be in.
And that's what Tech has got to pick on right now because you keep putting pressure on him. Just the more tight he gets.
I've been this player. I was this player on Thursday night. I knew, and at some point you just got to keep your team in the game. It's kind of what we were saying with Emma Horvath for North Carolina back in that semifinal. You don't have to try to end points. You just need to try to extend points.
Yep. And not only is it pressure to perform right now, it's also pressure to stay on the #1 team, which I feel like we saw that with the UNC people.
And you see Huff just very frustrated with himself. That was his third fault on return of serve. And Virginia Tech, as they had in women's doubles, a commanding lead in men's doubles at the change of ends. 11-4. We will keep it here. Again, Bernstein and Miller. And got to know Evan quite a bit. He's played in our last couple of performance tournaments, the Pickleball Resolution here in January, and then just last week up in Roanoke. And, man, he played well.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, though, he came up to me today, and he was utilizing a lob serve a bunch. And he said he was doing it last week out in Las Vegas as well. And I told him when we were in Roanoke, where the ceilings are 10 feet higher than they are here, I said, that's not going to work in Roanoke. And he's like, he thought I was kidding. And we got here today, and he goes, yeah, no lob serve.
Yeah, I was wondering why I hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah. No, but he's just – both these guys, Cody Miller, Evan Bernstein, just really, really fun guys to get to know. And you've played a lot with Cody, and he has become one of the best players in the state.
Yeah, he has. And it's funny. I was watching their quarterfinal. They actually dropped their men's doubles game against UNC too. And I talked to Evan. I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" He's like, "Cody's playing terrible." I'm like, "That's funny," but I mean. Look at him right now. Like he hasn't made rarely any mistakes. So I love to see that he's coming up. getting more confident and making his shots.
Yep. You
Never mind.
jinxed him.
Yeah.
Yep, see?
Yeah, you keep jinxing
You're bad
people,
at that,
Derek.
man.
I think I agree with
kidding.
Evan. Cody's playing terrible.
Well, you're the only one of the three of us that can say that.
Yep.
Evan right now thinks that was a terrible shot from himself. 7-12. JMU trying to hang in there. And you see constant pressure again on Chase Huff. Really, Morneau's, you know he wants to come over and get more involved, but Virginia Tech's doing a very nice job, Rach, of not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. They're keeping him honest there, so he can't really squeeze as much as he probably wants to right now.
There he comes over, and
Just out.
it was an impossible shot, really, over the length of Cody Miller.
I've tried that. I advise never do that.
Flip lob? Not a fan?
Against Cody Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it works against me all the time.
Hey, it
Very
works against
situational, very situational.
Yeah, you'd love to see Chase Huff hit a couple shots that got his confidence going here, but that drop he just attempted there was not the one to do it. Again, I was going to say earlier, again, gotten to know Chase, his dad. You can see he's hanging out over on the, actually right below the score bug there. That's Chase's dad. Hanging out on the rail of Sketcher Stadium Court 2. He tried to abduct my dog earlier today. Said he was going to take Steve the pug home with him for a couple months.
Steve's running security today, though, so we
He
need him.
is, yes. With a security shirt on. Steve is our mascot, for those that don't know. 17-8 for the Hokies. Not sure what Evan saw earlier from Cody Miller, but we're not seeing it here in the semifinal.
What a shot.
Yeah, what a phenomenal shot from Bernstein. Miller gets the headlines. Bernstein, though, he's been coming into his own.
You're right. And we talk about improvement in Cody. Honestly, I've seen more improvement in Evan in the last 4 or 5 months. We played at a couple rec games in the fall, and you saw him at Nationals. I mean, Cody was telling me he's getting to the point where they're trying to figure out if Evan should play the left and Cody play the right with how good Evan has gotten. Hopefully we're able to see that in mixed.
Yeah, we'll see him on the left in mixed. I don't think I'd do it right now in men's, quite frankly, but 19-8.
Yeah, they tried it in pool play. I don't think it worked too well.
I told Evan, you know, he played here in our tournament in January, Pickleball Resolution, played great, and then I saw him again a week and a half ago in Roanoke at our Winter in Paradise tournament up at Performance Roanoke, and I told him, I said, you can see how much better you've gotten just in the last 30 days.
And, you know, former D1 tennis player at Virginia Tech, it just takes a little bit of time.
20-8, Virginia Tech won women's doubles 21-6, and I got to say, I've done a lot of Ryan Morneau matches, broadcasting and watching. I've never seen him be able to have this little impact.
Yep.
That's a credit to Tech and what they're doing.
Wow, great get by Cody. Look at those resets.
Wow. Really nice.
Oh!
That was a great point.
That was a tremendous point. Great get, as you mentioned, mid-sequence by Cody Miller.
So good on Ryan. You know, you see all these great shots. Just don't try to do too much, and that's not what he did. Here we go, inching back.
I know, trying to get himself going, maybe more so for mixed doubles at 10-20.
I think no matter the matchup, I think they're going to put Ryan out first.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you know, you used to be the one that set the lineups. Are you putting Cody Miller against Morneau, or are you going the other way?
I think Cody against Ryan. I'm not sure if JMU knows, but Cody and Heather are the much stronger team of the Virginia Tech duo.
Well, I think, I said, I think they probably do know, but, and I said it earlier, I think the path to victory for JMU, if there was one, was for Morneau to win both of his matches. And it's going to have to be a dramatic comeback here. I just don't see either Bernstein or Miller losing to Chase Huff and mixed. Do you?
You're right. No, I completely agree. But who knows? I mean, they're inching back.
Yeah, a couple of misses there on the serve.
And I think it's critically important for Chase right here, like I said, to gain some confidence going into mixed, even if they don't complete this comeback. Not saying that they won't. Yeah, and he's feeling his way into this match, Chase Huff.
Yeah.
A couple nice resets there.
I really like to see that out of him.
JMU gets one more point. I'm taking a timeout if I'm Tech.
Yeah.
Yep, particularly if you give it to him.
It's interesting to watch him serve. Ryan, he has that extreme Western serve, and it's allowed to put a lot of topspin on that ball. Skips up. Very hard to return.
Wow, there, Cody Miller, you saw just straining way out over the line. Gained the advantage in that point. Game point here off the serve of Bernstein.
Back again.
I'll say it again, one more, and I'm taking a timeout. Players go back and forth, though. Sometimes they don't want to give the opponents that belief that they have the momentum.
What I like is get the serve back, now take the timeout. You did the hard job.
Set up the point.
Yeah. But they're not going to do it. Return.
Now we saw Bernstein and Miller dump what you would call pretty rudimentary dinks the last 2 points.
Yeah, they seem a little tight trying to close this thing out.
You know what helps with that? Timeout.
Surprised Heather isn't saying, come on, guys, take a timeout.
Just too busy talking smack to you.
What a shot.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just an exquisite angle there from Cody Miller. And another opportunity at game point here.
But it's funny, the other weekend they said Heather kind of calls herself the team mom. So let's see if she can, I don't know, who's this timeout on?
JMU, I believe, took this timeout actually.
I'm surprised. I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that's an interesting call there.
Well, it is, but at the same time, we say this all the time when it comes to this MLP-style format, rally scoring. You get to 17, S got real.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times, take a timeout just to let them, the Hokies, realize that it's real. I mean, this match looked like it was a foregone conclusion for the vast majority of it. Doesn't mean it'll work, but that's the mindset behind it.
Were they down 20-8 at one point, or 9?
Yeah, they've done a good job of getting back in this thing.
Oh, framed it.
Man.
Never say never, kids.
Good leave.
So Miller and Bernstein have done a nice job getting themselves more game point opportunities.
Yeah.
They're not hitting good thirds.
Yeah.
If I'm Tech right now, I'm saying, like you said earlier, I don't see us losing to Chase in the mixed game. And I see us winning a... What a shot.
Wow.
Bernstein claiming that the shot was out. Evan quickly trying to de-escalate the situation, as he always does. I think seen a couple of tight calls with Evan. He always treats it same way he's doing it right now, with a lot of class and sportsmanship.
He might have thought there was some early cheering by the JMU, but I think it was their crowd, not the players.
Yeah, I agree.
Which, it's fine if the crowd cheers.
Wow.
Now you see the emotion from Chase Huff, and here we are at 20-20. And this is the Chase Huff that we've gotten to know. He plays with a lot of emotion when he's feeling confident, and you can definitely see he's starting to feel more and more confident. Great shot, though.
And you know,
at Bernstein.
If you're Tech right now, just getting off that 20 sometimes makes you feel
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, there's something about that 20 that it's so hard to get that 21. But now that you got it, even though you didn't win, let's see if they can pull it off.
Score freeze is off at this point. 21 all, and some miscommunication between Bernstein and Miller in the middle.
Great shot by Ryan. Really risking it on game point.
21 all. Again, it was 20-8.
Gosh, that's amazing. Oh, that was impossible to get.
Yeah, he almost got it.
But I loved the shot from Huff before that. Again, you're seeing Huff starting to insert himself into this match.
Yeah.
But game point number 6, I believe, for Virginia Tech here.
It's got to be more than that.
There's the lob serve.
Yep.
Oh. Wow. Body speed up from Morneau.
It's like I was saying earlier, Cody just can't hit it to Ryan in that situation. I mean, you got to put Chase in that corner.
Yeah.
But you know Cody, he wants the challenge. He wants to play Ryan.
Game point number 1 for JMU.
Here we go.
This would be a huge
Well, again,
comeback.
you turn it around the other way. Can Virginia Tech beat Morneau in mixed? Don't know that answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that was just long.
Just long?
Yeah.
Just long. 23 all.
Man, what a...
It was out, but
what
not
a
by
leave.
much.
I know.
Miller trying to gut it out here.
Yep, keep it in that corner.
But that time it's Huff gets the better of it.
Yeah. Huff has really stepped it up.
It is night and day from Chase Huff.
Yeah.
Before we changed ends to now.
I mean, has Huff missed a shot since 28? I don't think so.
Morneau's going to try to take over. Look out.
Wow.
Cody Miller on the ATP defense and then the put away.
Yeah. What a shot by Cody. That was
This
amazing.
is the height of drama. Don't mean to sound cliche, but come back from down 8-20, 24 all. Oh, 25-24.
Man.
Bernstein and Miller. You know, again, it's just natural for the crowd to kind of pick the other side when you're dominating like they were.
Yeah, I think everybody's watching this court right now.
That's wide from Huff, and that will do it. Virginia Tech does win men's doubles, but it was certainly not the stroll to victory that it looked like it was going to be. JMU guts their way all the way back to a game point. Can't close the deal. And now Virginia Tech will try to close the deal in our first mixed game. Hokies 2, Dukes nothing in our second semifinal.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Two games to none lead for Virginia Tech, but in dramatic fashion in men's doubles, 26-24. JMU nearly flipped what was an 8-20 deficit into a draw in this match, but instead Virginia Tech with the commanding 2-0 lead. And as we look out on Skechers Stadium Court 2, you're looking at Evan Bernstein and Jenna Tillman. Bernstein for Tech and Tillman for JMU. There's Ryan Morneau entering the picture, and on the other side it'll be Niliam Gaze for Virginia Tech. And as you expected, Derek and Rachel, Ryan Morneau comes out first. There's absolutely no reason to lose this thing, leaving the best player on the bench until mix 2.
Yeah, you're right. And I just want to go back to the last match. I mean, you know me, I'm the most biased Tech fan here. I almost found myself rooting for JMU. Like, you come back 20-8, you got a game point. You know, Chase started off a little rough, came back trying to prove himself, and they were right there to win, and they just couldn't pull it out. So here we go. So Tech had mixed advantage, which means JMU had to put their lineup out first. And like you said, put Ryan out first, no reason to keep him waiting. And Tech, they did what I agree with. They put their number 2 team against Ryan.
Yep.
So
exactly what I would have done. You're not sacrificing that 2 team because they could win.
Yeah.
Tech, that is. And you're not guaranteeing, nothing's guaranteed in sports, but you give yourself a decided advantage with Miller and Murphy in game 2.
You're right. So this game, you know, if Tech wins, that's great. If they lose, who cares? Because you come back, you got your best team against their worst, and Tech is sitting really well for the finals right now.
Evan Bernstein will care because he's very competitive, but the point is valid. And winner on to face NC State. Bernstein got that back somehow, and that.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh
my goodness.
Ryan!
Morneau had a tweener.
All right, Cam, let's see a replay on that.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Well, and afterwards, he told you he was a showman. He put his hands up and said, please hold your applause until the show is all the way over.
Look at this. Left hand, come back, tweener. Man.
Yeah, that was special. And Morneau's not going to leave Performance Pickleball without putting his best on display.
Yeah.
We expect nothing less.
Such a fun energy on the court. I love watching him.
5-1, JMU.
And, you know, Nilliam and Evan, they kind of got something to prove. Last weekend at NCPA, they did not do too well. I don't think they won many of their matches. So, you know, they're trying to figure it out. It's hard when you're playing Ryan and mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Morneau, you can see he's playing 95% of the court right now and has the athletic ability to do so.
Yeah.
Up 6-1, he's doing that, but he's not trying to do too much like we saw him do in Nationals a little bit in this same spot.
This point's still going.
And it's out. Bernstein, tremendous get of his own on the baseline. Morneau and Tillman ahead 7-1, trying to force that second mixed game, ultimately a dream breaker. And Morneau, man on a mission right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and watching from home, you might be wondering, like, why is Jenna not hitting a ball? But if you're Evan and Nilliam, this is the last thing you want.
I mean, yeah, he's playing singles out here, it looks like.
And it's working.
Yeah, I mean, look at the anticipation, though. He's hitting that third, and then he's going where he's pretty sure the fourth is going.
And this is why that last match was so huge for Tech. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. The question is not, can Ryan Morneau and Jenna Tillman win this match? They haven't certainly yet at 9-2. They can. The question is, can Chase Huff essentially beat Cody Miller?
Yeah, you're right.
And maybe,
maybe.
the way he was playing at the tail end of that.
Yeah, he should feel confident.
Wow. Great shot.
Bernstein said, hold everything. I don't plan to get us there.
You know, I'd love to see Ryan play Evan in singles. Evan, a very strong singles player. The other weekend in Roanoke, he got silver. He beat
Tito.
Tito
Yadro from Knoxville, pro player. Yeah, he beat him on the strength of that lob serve.
Yeah.
Tito told me afterwards he had just started using a new paddle, and he just did not feel the comfort level on force that he needed to do anything with the serve. So he just kept kind of plopping it back. And Bernstein was eventually defeated by David Beeger, formerly of UVA. Yep. Playing in a pro tournament in Maryland this week. And Bernstein just hit that and looked over at his bench and said, I need a new paddle.
They got another one.
And he got him Cody Miller's. Well, they are sponsored by Paddle Tap. You see that on the front of their shirts. Paddle Tap is a paddle company out of Florida. Also run tournaments. That DNA is kind of their signature paddle. You see all the Hokies using it. Turns out wasn't the paddle. 11-4 for JMU at the change of ends. Take another quick look.
Bernstein kind of hesitated.
Again, like I said, Morneau and JMU, the defending College Cup champions, nearly pulled it off in men's doubles. This is still a really tall hill to climb here with what's to come in second mixed, but you know, you've seen this with Texas a lot of times. I think you see it a little bit with JMU. You have a player like Morneau that elevates himself so much higher, and you just see how much of the water he's got to carry.
Yeah, you're right. I think sometimes he likes that pressure. Like right now, it's really driving him to be a better player, but sometimes, you know, he does a little too much. And you might have saw that at the beginning of men's.
Well, actually, at the beginning of men's, I felt like he didn't feel like he could get in there to do anything.
Yeah, you're right.
.512 off the serve of Bernstein. Bernstein.
That was fantastic.
With the 2 gets of the year back to back.
That defensive lob off the slam, that's crazy.
Now Virginia Tech, a little bit of surge on the other end.
can tell Tech, they're trying to hit it to Jenna. They just can't get there. There's that lob serve. I like it.
When they do, Jenna's doing a good job of just redirecting it to the other side. But that time, it's really the first we've heard from Nilium Gaze.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
She got it.
Tech has switched.
Oh, Nilium. What a shot.
And Morneau had to come scrambling over, hit a good shot, but Tillman didn't really flow with him. Well, even if she had, Nilium probably just takes it down the line.
I was thinking to myself, Nilium, don't try to challenge Ryan. And then she did, and she ended up winning.
Oh, not that time. 13-9 for JMU. Already seen one tremendous comeback bid fall just a hair shy in men's doubles. Women's doubles was kind of a washout for the Hokies.
That last game was awesome. We have a bunch of challenger teams in the background over here, and you just saw all of them just come over here, watch that men's doubles game, and now they're back over playing challenger.
14-10. And that, in the parlance of this game, Rach, is a relatively easy point that Tech gives to JMU.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, if there was some hesitation, but that should have been an easier put away there.
And Ryan Morneau said yes all day.
There's that friendly banter I was talking about earlier that you saw a lot between UNC and NC State.
16-10, and you know, after what happened in men's doubles, JMU with the lead, trying to get to the finish line here without nearly that level of drama.
Wow. You see that by Ryan?
Yeah. Yeah, what you saw from Ryan there was on the serve return, he walked all the way to the line knowing they weren't going to hit him the ball.
Yeah. I haven't seen that much ever. As you know, in pickleball, you got to let the second ball bounce. Net. What a shot.
What a shot.
You can just see it in the body language of Bernstein.
And here we'll get a replay of it.
Yeah, we call this sick in the business.
We actually call it a Burt in pickleball.
Yeah, look great. Sick Burt.
Yeah, you're right. When you jump over the other player's kitchen and hit an Ernie, it's called a Burt.
A Burt.
I mentioned playing with Jay DeVilliers earlier. He tried to do that to me on the first point of the match.
How'd that go?
Not good for him.
It can be a little insulting as a partner, but if you win the point, it feels good.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
All right, 19-11 for the Dukes, trying to force a second mixed game. 1 point away. Again, that second mixed game, should we get there, would be Cody Miller, Heather Murphy for Virginia Tech against Renee Kozlowski and Chase Huff for JMU.
like we said, Tech is a heavy favorites in that match.
Not there yet. But yes, they would be. You look at the DUPRs. Miller at a 5.27. Heather Murphy 4.13, but again, that's just not playing a ton of matches. Renee Kozlowski 4.18, but the big outlier is Huff at 4.47.
It's funny.
Hold on.
Yeah,
like,
this might.
Yeah, you're right.
Not be over yet.
I feel like Jenna and Heather have the same problem in that they always play with these high 5-0 players that even if they do well in tournaments, they just don't go up. So it's unfortunate someone like Jenna, she's not a 3.8 like her DUPR says.
Yeah, and to explain that, you know, the DUPR algorithm thinks that the higher level players carrying you to those wins. Go up a little bit, but not as much as you can. 2013, Tillman.
And I think the reason Ryan can be so aggressive is because
they're creeping back in.
Yeah. As I was saying, Ryan can be more aggressive because Jenna's doing a great job on that right side. You know, if you can't trust your right side player, then there's not much you can do.
That's what I'm saying. She's more than held her own in this game.
Yeah.
They've definitely been coming after her.
And Nilium, that shot right there, you know, in mixed doubles, you're coming in, you really can't drive that ball. Your goal is to get to the kitchen. And
Morneau missed that. Couldn't believe it. Set it up perfectly. But, you know, the physical toll it takes to play basically singles in a doubles game. Saw his kind of a footing got off there. Great attack by Bernstein. Went alley to keep Morneau pinched over to that side and then was able to successfully attack Thielen.
And I don't know if you guys are noticing a kind of a side advantage. The team that's been on the far side has been up a lot, stuck at 20, and the other team has slowly worked their way back. And it looks like they're playing better. So I wonder if that has something to do with the court.
Well, I play on this court pretty much every day, and I can tell you there really isn't. Some people like to think that as JMU prevails on that side. What's interesting is you're right, though. Like yesterday I was playing, and it was the other side. Everyone's like, can't win on the side that Tech was just on, and for whatever reason, that's the side today. But JMU prevails in mixed one, 21-16, which means we'll get mixed doubles too. But Tech victory has them on to face NC State in our final match. Otherwise, JMU upset leads to a dream breaker.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
I did a Good Feet commercial about 4 years ago, and I thought maybe I should check in with you. Yeah, I'm still wearing my Good Feet arch supports. They give you the freedom to move without pain. I worry about how warm or cool to dress on trail, but I don't worry about my feet anymore. I put my arch supports in and forget about it. I'm Deidre Haven, and this is still my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Looking at our match summary, semifinal number 2, winner on to face the NC State Wolfpack in our championship match. This is the 2025 Performance Cup, College Cup that is. And you look at fairly one-sided victory for Virginia Tech in women's doubles, as Gaze and Murphy able to prevail 21-6. 26-24 doesn't tell the whole story for Virginia Tech in men's doubles. That was a 20-8 lead for the Hokies, nearly squandered. Actually, at one point, a game point for Chase Huff and Ryan Morneau. And then Ryan Morneau and Jenna Tillman come back and win mixed one, 21-16. So here we are, Huff Kozlowski for JMU, and they will be taking on Cody Miller and Heather Murphy for Virginia Tech. And again, the DUPR indicator would tell us that this is a heavy slant to the Hokies.
You're right, it definitely is. And, you know, nothing against JMU. Like, Chase, he played great towards the end of that men's doubles match. And you should feel confident right now. You know, just be yourself, play simple, and, you know, you could get away with this match, and then who knows what could happen in a Dream Breaker.
Yeah, if he can come out the way he finished that men's doubles, we might see some different results here.
And also worth noting for Huff, as Miller puts away the first point of this game, he gets to play back on the left side, which I think he's more comfortable with.
Is he? That's interesting, because Carter, you mentioned JMU too. I feel like he's comfortable on the right more.
And there you see the first point for JMU. Yeah, and again, I think there's some nerves probably for Huff in that first men's doubles game. You know, he hasn't been on this stage. Like I say, he's played on JMU 2 for the most part. Once he got rid of those nerves, he played his way into that game nicely. So Huff just look over at him and smile. Like I said, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Gotten to know, obviously, players on both these teams really well.
I mean, JMU, their entire team, just a bunch of great people. Great sportsmanship. I really like what Ryan has done with their club. You can tell they play with a lot of class, just having fun out there, and you love to see that.
Just passed Ryan Morneau when I was taking a quick break away from our broadcast table after that mixed doubles win, and I said, "Good show." He said, "I try."
Oh, good get.
Subtly great shot from Cody Miller there.
I don't think he meant to do that.
(4-1), Miller and Murphy. Again, Chase Brotman and company from NC State await the winner. There's a good attack there from Chase Huff with the body of Murphy.
Good leave.
A great leave by Heather.
And Heather, she's really learned that two-handed backhand block very well in mixed. Like, I was watching her the other weekend, and I mean, those players can hit really hard shots at her, and she just gets all of them back.
And Cody Miller also trying to assert himself here in this second mixed game.
Yeah, I'm noticing not quite as much assertiveness from the guys in this one. The ladies are getting more of the balls this time, more dinking.
Yep.
Great plan from Chase Huff there with the scorpion finish. But I think to your point, Rachel, the reason for that is primarily Huff's not going to come over and dominate the court like we just saw Ryan Morneau do.
Right.
Right. I think if the score gets tight, you'll see Cody do that. But, you know, they're up right now. Don't need to do too much.
Yeah, you kind of see in the body language, Cody Miller seems very casual right now.
Yeah. That's usually when he plays best. When you feeling stressed out and nervous, then tend to miss a lot.
Nice. Right in on the chicken wing there from Miller, challenging Chase Huff. Yeah, and that attack straight ahead from Miller is just a little bit too much for Kozlowski right now. It's not usually the end of the point, but it is the precursor to the end of the point.
You're right. Pickleball, it's not always the first shot you hit, but it's really the setup that you get to put it away. Wow.
Nice
Kozlowski set up Murphy to body bag Huff.
Yep.
And change our ends. Virginia Tech 11, JMU 3. Change ends as the Hokies trying to advance through this second semifinal to take on NC State for the Performance 2025 College Cup. Meanwhile, we've seen dramatic comebacks already in this match from JMU. They'll need another to try to force a dream breaker.
And Huff was at the center of that first comeback. So,
yes, he was.
You do it once, we can do it again.
What do you think JMU needs to adjust at this point?
Just keep it away from Cody more. I mean, he's hitting too many balls. He's able to do what he wants with the ball. You know, work more points, move them around.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not sure there's an adjustment that they can make.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't sure if there was, but trying to
It doesn't
think.
mean there's nothing you can't try.
Right, yeah. You can always try something else.
We should ask Ryan Morneau. He's probably already told him.
Again, I think right now Miller playing in front of Renee Kozlowski is just, that's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
I think you saw Nilium deal with that last game against Ryan Morneau. Maybe not to the same extent, but very similar.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at that length, you know, for Miller and placement. There, oh, and Huff misfired on the second swing. I was just about to say, there it is. I love that.
Close.
Really, that is what needs to happen. Like, Huff needs to get involved and engage Miller. Like, he's got to make it a game between the two of them. Heather Murphy said, "What am I doing?"
Yeah.
And laughing it off as well. You can laugh it off when you're leading 14-4.
Yes, you can.
And 15-4. You can just kind of see it in the body language from Renee Kozlowski right now, Derek. You know, sometimes you just get out there and you kind of know you don't have an answer.
Yeah, and Cody's really pushing that. Good drop by Heather, set that up.
Big pickup by Chase Huff.
Yeah, even better. Oh.
Quarter step slow there, trying to attack that shot from Miller. 16-4 for Virginia Tech, pulling away. What a get.
That was a great get. Those are tough.
I didn't honestly thought he was just going to give up on the point, but Miller did not. 17-4 for Virginia Tech. Now, didn't really expect it to be this one-sided necessarily, but you know, this is kind of where we were. That's why we said in men's doubles it was a must-win game for Morneau and Huff.
You're right. It's kind of similar to women's. Like, you know Tech is the favorite, but you don't expect it to be this much of a blowout.
And it's becoming methodical right now.
Yeah.
And now with Heather on the court, Tech's up 40-10 over women's and mixed. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, leads you to wonder why you didn't play her more.
I know. Man, 20-4. I don't think I've seen this score in a while.
And we saw 21-6 to your point in women's. And there it is. 21-4 is the final. So plenty of drama throughout the course of that semifinal match, but not at all in the decisive fourth game. 21-4 for Virginia Tech. They defeat the in-state JMU Dukes. Now they'll go out of state to take on NC State. Hokies and Wolfpack for the 2025 Performance College Cup.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the waves, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going with life.
We have reached the finals of the Performance College Cup from Performance Pickleball RVA. North Carolina State, the Wolfpack, and Virginia Tech, the Hokies, and it is the Hokies to serve first. That's Heather Murphy served first for Tech. And first misstep of this finals match comes from Lauren Hutchinson for NC State. John Laser, Derek Crage, Rachel Roney, or R. Honey as we like to call her around here. And Hutchinson immediately atones. But guys, this one's tough to find an edge. This match has Dreambreaker written all over it.
Yeah, absolutely right. I feel like every game will be even, except I think whichever mixed is Cody and Heather, I think they'll win that. And then the other mixed, I think State will win that. And the two gender doubles, I think it'll go either way. I really don't see an advantage for either team here.
You might get your Dreambreaker then after all.
It's been Dreambreaker light today.
I
feel
know.
like last College Cup is just Dreambreakers galore.
Well, I watched UNC in the pool play, and I'm like, wow, they're playing great. And then just didn't happen for them, and same for JMU. Like, I thought they'd pull that men's game out, and then in that case you'd see a Dreambreaker. But hopefully we see it here.
Tech has the early lead 3-2. A couple of loose shots from Heather Murphy, though, thus far, which we did not see in the semifinals.
Yeah. She's very confident right now. I was talking to her. I was telling her about the 42-10 stat. When she was on the court in the last round, she won 42 points and lost 10 points, which is
that's
amazing score in rally scoring.
Yeah.
And also, we got to see DK the motivator telling his Tech team that, hey, you've lost your last two finals.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
To which Evan Bernstein replied, third time's the charm, as they said.
Yeah, Spring College Cup last year, UNC defeated Tech in the final. Last semester in the fall, JMU defeated Tech in the final. So Tech's in the final for the third time. We'll see if they can pull it away.
Playing well so far with a 5-2 lead in women's doubles.
Well, I'll root against you in this one just to make it interesting since I'm from North Carolina, so.
I'm sure Cam agrees. He's a
member of the Wolfpack.
Thumbs up there.
And coming into the tournament, these were the two top seeds by DUPR. So,
oh, what a snag over there!
Yeah, that was Nick
in the bar. Great snag, Nick.
He plays on the Virginia Tech 2 team.
He's a lefty too. I don't know if he is a lefty.
Good defense.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot, or really any, prolonged points thus far in women's doubles.
You're right.
It's kind of swinging away here.
Which women's doubles, you tend to see a lot of
misfire
long points.
Evie Kenna.
A lot of volleys.
Well, a lot of times in the college game, kind of goes the other way, I feel like, in women's, particularly, generally with this level, you're absolutely right. When you get to the semis or finals and things like that, in pool play, you see a lot of tennis.
You're right.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing as well.
But I think it behooves NC State to try to get into some longer points because, again, Evie Kenna is the most experienced of these players.
Yep, by far.
And also the most experienced at playing that style. Like, that's not right there what NC State wants to play.
Yeah.
Really surprised by Nilliam right now. She's starting to come within herself. Starting to play a lot better. Yeah, don't get high balls to Evie.
Yeah.
Evie's a great player. So is Gaze.
Yeah. And Gaze, that strength of hers is that two-handed backhand. If I was State, I'd try to target more middle, create some confusion. Don't let Nilliam use that backhand.
Yeah, when you put that up high, kind of just takes that every time.
6-10. Kenna thought about the poach, did not go, and it benefits the Hokies. 11-6 for Virginia Tech's women opening game of our finals match. This is the 2025 College Cup.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
11-6 for Virginia Tech, and the Hokies women had their way in the semifinal round, a 21-6 victory against JMU. Also, definitely worth noting a congratulations to JMU. They have earned their bid to Nationals with their performance today.
Forgot to mention that out of all the teams in the semis, they're the one remaining without a bid, which means they earned it this weekend. They were competing with Randolph-Macon in that quarterfinal for the bid.
I'd love to see Randolph-Macon eventually earn one too. Luis in the squad there. And I think they will at some point.
They were actually a last-minute addition to this tournament. Another team dropped out, and they luckily filled their spot. And they did a lot with it.
Yeah, from what you tell me, there was actually planning and coordination that went into this event. But in terms of what Rachel and I did, which was nothing, we just showed up today, and all these people were here. So
it's a beautiful thing.
Great job by you. Thank you. Actually, Tyen Wynn, our director of pickleball, at your side this weekend. And
yeah, he's done a great job. I couldn't do it by myself.
We were a little behind schedule-wise earlier through nobody's fault. It's just long matches. But you know that kills old Tyen, so we're right back on schedule as we start the final somehow, some way.
Although he always finds a way.
The lack of Dream Breakers has helped that.
Yeah, no doubt. 15-7 for Virginia Tech. Firefight. Won by the Hokies.
That's a good one. Yeah, I'm hoping to see a VCU team in here one of these days.
They've got the club formed. They're just not at the competition level quite yet.
Yeah, they're working on it. Last I heard, they have about 70 members. So,
well, as I said, as NC State takes the time out here, Evie Kenna more specifically, the last 2 points are illustrative of why Virginia Tech has a big lead in this game. That's not the way NC State needs to play this match. They need to slow this down.
Yeah.
That's not really their strength. Evie, you know, she wants to power it, get into that hands battle, but Heather and Ilium are kind of pushing it back on her. So,
yeah, and that length of Murphy is causing a problem.
Yeah.
On the left side for Virginia Tech. On the right side, excuse me. 17-7. You can see the Hokies are already out there ready to roll because they have that decided advantage here in women's doubles. Men's doubles is going to be very interesting. Chase Brotman and Skylar Riley taking on Cody Miller and Evan Bernstein.
All of their dupers above 5'3", and I think you'll see that in that match.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea who to pick in that.
Yeah.
After the timeout, Kenna able to earn the side out and the point that comes with it, 8-17. And some cheers throughout the facility. The challenger bracket still going on. It's fun to see how that's developed as well. Those that aren't aware, challenger bracket trying to work their way up to this MLP level. Three in a row for NC State.
It's a great opportunity for a lot of schools that have an uneven number of male and female players. I know a lot of teams are struggling with trying to get more females in the sport.
Timeout, and then 4 in a row for NC State here.
Here we go. Yep, just out.
Yeah, just out by the smallest of margins.
A few questions there. I think it was out.
That. It was, but it wasn't by much. That was right
Yeah.
in front of our broadcast table.
Yeah, I see Evie taking over the court a little bit.
Yeah, that seems to be the adjustment that they've made.
It's working. Yeah, I think that was
as
out.
well, yeah.
Timeout.
13-18 and a quick timeout taken by Virginia Tech. We'll take it with the Hokies. Opening game, finals match. This is the 2025 Performance College Cup. NC State trying to mount what would be a large comeback here in women's doubles. Still trailing 13-18. They were in a 17-7 hole at one point, so 7-1 has been the run here for the Wolfpack. Yeah.
There it is.
High and soft across the middle, not going to work against Evie Kenna.
Yeah, I feel like Tech is taking a little bit of the pressure off.
You're right. And Lauren Hutchinson, I mean, to her credit, she's been getting some really good balls back.
NC State slowing it down, just like Derek wanted him to.
Shouldn't have said that.
No, that's what we've been saying the whole match. This is what they needed to do was just get out of that swing fest. Now 16-18. Again, you see the soft third.
And they're just not going to win that battle with Evie.
Yeah. No, they are not. And you see the look on Murphy's face, kind of shell-shocked.
Yeah.
10-1 on the run for NC State. But again, it's the soft thirds.
So soft thirds, and then when you're at the kitchen, that's when you can be aggressive.
Right. Got to get there first. Big point for Tech, though. 19-17. And here comes the difficult part of being down 17-7. As much as you flipped this thing, a couple missed shots away from losing the game. Now one shot away from losing the game. 20-17, first game point for Virginia Tech. Gaze and Murphy, Milliam and Heather. And Murphy just cannot believe she missed that shot. 18-20, score freeze in place. Right back to Virginia Tech, and now you kind of see some of that tightness.
Yeah, both sides on that one.
Yeah, on that 10-point run, didn't see Lauren miss any drops. And now starting to get tight when the score gets close.
Would you suggest swinging out a little bit more and taking away that softer drop then?
Yeah. I mean, the drop is what's gotten them to this point. Yeah, just like that. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're tight, swing.
Yeah, you're right.
Got to close right here. Evan Bernstein leading a chorus of cheers from the bar area.
Oh, is that out? No, not even close.
There you go.
Get to the kitchen.
Reset.
It got dicey, but it's the Hokies in women's doubles. 17-7, NC State all the way back to 19-20, but Virginia Tech closes it out. 21-19 in women's doubles. And you see Cody Miller eager to get on the court for men's doubles. Coming at you next.
I did a Good Feet commercial about 4 years ago, and I thought maybe I should check in with you. Yeah, I'm still wearing my Good Feet arch supports. They give you the freedom to move without pain. I worry about how warm or cool to dress on trail, but I don't worry about my feet anymore. I put my arch supports in and forget about it. I'm Deidre Haven, and this is still my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store. Virginia Tech prevails in women's doubles. Now time for men's doubles. Evan Bernstein, Cody Miller for Virginia Tech. It's their serve to start. Chase Brockman on the other side. Skylar Riley. This is the very intriguing game. And you were right. They did move Chase Brockman, Derek, back to the right side here.
Yeah, and you can already see that in that first point. I mean, look at Skylar. He just looks so comfortable over there. Chase with that backhand speed up. This is their natural style, and I think this will help them succeed.
That was going to be out. Bernstein hit it anyway, and same result. Miller trying to attack cross there, Rachel. We talked about that earlier.
Yep, interesting play. I'm on the side of not doing that as often.
What a
Great
drop.
shot. (3-1) for NC State. Early going men's doubles. Oh, and Brotman tried the impossible scorpion. And it was, in fact, impossible. And you see Bernstein change up serve, and he got Brotman with it.
Such a smart play.
Well, you know, a lot of people, and I've talked to Evan about it, pickleball is kind of on the serve right now, mimicking baseball.
What a shot.
And a look back as well from Skylar Riley.
The anticipation by Evan right there to just go middle with your two-handed backhand.
Again, the softer serve, and he gets a...
Oh.
Banter starting
Yep.
again with
Here we
Brotman
go.
and Cody Miller. But back to that baseball point. On the serve, I think a lot in pickleball right now, you're seeing everyone wants to go harder and harder, faster and faster. That's what baseball became. Everyone had to throw 95 to 100. But changing timing is what used to make baseball pitchers great.
Yeah.
And that's what I see with serves. If I know you're hitting it hard every time, all right, you just adjust to the pace eventually. But if you're hitting top spin sometimes, cut spin sometimes, and that's what you see from Bernstein. It's kind of an experiment by him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's smart, honestly. Give them a different look, because to your point, John, if you're just hitting me a hard flat ball, I'm just going to take it early and send it right back.
Again, back to baseball. 95 doesn't matter if it's 95 and straight.
Yep.
You're right.
Slim advantage.
Starting to get to the point where 100 doesn't matter.
100 and straight doesn't matter either. Yeah. 100 with think. Now we're talking.
Yep. Defense. Not enough.
Big defense, but too much from the Wolfpack. Brotman and Riley pull even at 6 apiece. Great flip roll there from Cody Miller. Is this a must-win game for NC State?
I think so.
Yeah.
Especially just playing Cody and Heather right now in mixed. I mean, they're locked in.
Tantalizingly slid on the tape.
But at the same time, NC State does have the mix advantage. And I see a world where they put Evie and Chase against Cody and Heather. I mean, I think State could win that. And then you got Skylar and Lauren against Evan and Nilium. I could see State winning that. So,
yeah, it's kind of like this match in itself, almost a coin flip in that scenario. And that's where that advantage becomes such a huge deal. Because obviously if Tech had the advantage, they're going to put Miller and Murphy against who they think is the second NC State team.
yep. Especially if they win this game.
This men's match right now has kind of been a mixture of poetry and poison, I'm going to call it. It's been either beautiful points or terrible points.
That's a good analogy. And it's, as we predicted, pretty dead even right now. It'll be interesting to see as we get closer to that 20 mark how things flip.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yeah, you did.
Skylar Riley is chanting back at the Tech supporters. There are quite a few of them because they brought so many teams here today. Kalen Funk and Arnav Patel over there.
I mean, you can see Skylar is so comfortable on that left side.
That forced the end change at 11-9 for Brotman and Riley. And now Riley is inciting the few NC State fans. Maybe his mom, I'm not sure, but he was just saying, come on, let's get into it. And whoever it is over there said, stop it. Don't stop it. 11-9 for NC State. Maybe not a must win, but certainly would love to have it if you're the Wolfpack. They keep challenging Skylar Riley with these speed ups. I would stop.
Yeah. I would definitely not advise that moving forward.
I haven't seen many balls to Chase's forehand. You know, Chase is able to just sit there in the middle with his backhand ready for anything. You really got to move him around.
Yeah, the plan has definitely been to attack Riley with pace.
Yeah.
You pushed off with your left foot.
Football was called on Cody Miller. Here, Robin Terrell, our second referee.
Kind of want to see a replay on that.
Well, Cam Nix is just the man for the job.
It just depends. Did he do a split step before he lifted off or after he lifted off? Because if so, then you reestablish.
Here we go. Here's our look at it.
So, yeah, that's a great call. I think that's a fault.
There's Brotman getting involved. Again, Tech has kind of been pushing the action towards Skylar Riley, but as they trail in this match, not sure trying the other side is going to be a better course. Skylar Riley has definitely been the most vocal player in this match. And I think that's because he realizes, like, you know, they're funneling the ball to him, which you do when you have respect for, you know, in this case, Chase Brotman. And of course you do if you're Tech, because Brotman is a really well-known commodity in college pickleball.
Yeah. I'm just really surprised how well
Skylar Riley just said, I got to have that. It's all in good-natured fun, honestly, but I love it.
They're just not hitting the chase at all.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's
and
why
that's
they're not.
why.
Yeah. But when they are, it's something like that Riley has created.
Right.
It's going to leave Broughton with a lot of energy in the tank for mixed doubles. It's not what you want if you're the Hokies.
You're right. You know, coming off that men's match against UNC, just it's like light and day for the NC State right now.
The timeout taken by Virginia Tech, trailing 17-11 here in men's doubles after prevailing 21-19 in women's doubles. We'll take a quick timeout as well. All smiles for the Wolfpack right now in men's doubles.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
17-11 for NC State, the serve of Skylar Riley. Riley knew it when he hit it. Put it in the danger zone for Bernstein. Let's see if there isn't an adjustment from Virginia Tech here coming out. Again, they've been forcing most of the action to the left side for NC State. And here Bernstein frustrated with himself. Brotman just walked over to us smiling after that timeout.
Nice reset.
Yeah, great reset. And for Brotman right there, you just kind of got to punch that the other side and start over again.
I think Tech really needs to just move the ball around more. Everything's going to Skylar's corner, and he's comfortable with it. That's out.
Again,
Yeah,
Brotman
I agree.
Back-to-back points. Brotman maybe getting a little bored over there, not hitting the ball. And when he is, he's now trying to kind of force some things that aren't there.
I think Tech should see that, hit a little bit more to Brotman now.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, great shots. Here comes a little mini run for Virginia Tech.
I feel like that is the danger when you target a player is they're getting more balls, they're going to get in a groove at some point.
Brotman looking at the ball, felt like it didn't bounce on that serve. Brotman laughing now. Well, that will happen at times, using the Durafast 40 today.
Yep.
Here comes the Tech surge here out of that timeout. This came at 17-11.
Great reset. Wow.
There we go.
Oh, even at 18.
Evans rounding him up. Getting the Tech fans ready.
It's amazing how this match has flipped. It's been relatively dramatic here after the timeout.
All the men's doubles today.
18 apiece.
Against JMU, it was Tech with the lead, and now they're the ones coming back.
Oh, great shot, though, by Brotman there.
Yeah. Evan just not moving his feet, getting to the ball.
And then Riley trying to dig down here.
There you go.
Oof. Don't. Riley playing straight ahead. Oh, Brotman with a fist pump. He finished it, but man, Riley played a gorgeous point of pickleball right there.
He did. I mean, great job to keep that ball in the middle when Evan's forcing you with that Ernie.
2018 game point for NC State. Even up this finals match.
Oh.
And Will. It'll help off the tape, threw off Bernstein. Drama throughout, not at the end. Skylar Riley joking with the Virginia Tech bench. All in good fun at the Performance College Cup. We're square at a game apiece. Tech and NC State battling for our 2025 title.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
John Laser, Derek Craig, Rachel Roney back with you, even at a game apiece. NC State and Virginia Tech for the Performance College Cup title. And as we come back, we look at the now revealed mixed doubles lineups, and not surprised, Virginia Tech had to send out first. They send out Cody Miller, Heather Murphy, what they feel is their top tandem in mixed doubles, but a little bit surprised by the response from NC State.
Yeah, unlike from the semis, we got Kenna and Riley playing together. And as we mentioned before, you know, partners on and off the court. So it's an interesting matchup. So we'll see how it goes. I think when you had Chase and Evie together, I think that was their strongest mixed. But by that being the strongest, you leave your other mixed team as the weakest, which isn't really what they want. They're trying to win both these mixed games, and I feel like by doing that, they're putting the most even teams out.
Yeah, so kind of splitting that. And you see this sometimes. Go with the top, try to guarantee a victory. Saw JMU do that in the semifinal with Morneau and Tillman.
Yep.
But then we saw it bite them in the second one, losing 21-4. And that's how Virginia Tech advanced here to this final. So we shall see. But I think potentially one of the reasons you feel comfortable doing this is how well Skylar Riley played in men's doubles.
I agree.
Yeah.
And we did find out what he's been yelling, CCC, which is, of course, yes, yes, yes in Spanish.
Yeah.
I thought it was a code for something, but
I was thinking the letter C.
Me too. And we're off in mixed doubles.
And maybe you put Skylar out right now because he played so hot in men's. Just send him out there.
Yep, why he's still feeling it.
What's the Tech fans chanting now?
I think they're just barking.
Yeah.
Oops.
That missed drop by Cody Miller. Yeah, it's all in good fun, honestly. I think Riley, is really enjoying this back and forth banter. Miller able to get it in on the body of Evie Kennett.
Great shot.
Little confusion there.
Skylar Riley just said to Heather Murphy, "You don't have that shot."
Oh.
Well.
I guess he was right.
Some pretty good shots in there from Murphy, but
yeah,
better counters by Skylar Riley.
This is interesting. I'm starting to feel like this is a must-win for Tech. I don't necessarily like Tech's chances in that second mix game with Chase Broutman on the state side.
And right now, Tech has not been able to funnel the ball to Cody Miller as much as they need to.
Right. When they're at their best, Cody has taken almost every ball, and Heather's just a rock on the right side.
So you see the converse there of the points where NC State had success. A lot of straight ahead action thus far.
Good try.
How does Heather Murphy, instead of that firefight, which he's not going to win all that often, either slow that down or direct it off of Skylar Riley?
Yep.
How does she do that? I mean, that's easier said than done when people are firing at you.
She's got to block it cross court, you know, stay in this rhythm right here. That's where her strength is.
That's the same thing. You know, Kenna's not going to win that against Miller all that often.
Yeah, Heather's got to get that down.
7-5 for NC State.
Ooh. Almost went.
I think the more involved the male player is in each of these matches will determine who wins.
And Miller trying to come over and get involved. Put it back on Kenna, but unsuccessful in that quest. Now some easy points.
Yeah, that's where he can get away from you. Just a couple of stray balls there.
Let's see if Tech can run a couple points up.
Missed the overhead long.
Was that out?
Miller and Murphy disagree. Neither ref was able to look at it because they were both focused on what was happening up near the kitchen.
Yeah.
So the call will stand, and NC State will take the 11-6 lead to the other side. And as you can see, Skylar Riley says, we need no break. We like the vibe right now. Let's get it going.
And Virginia Tech, it's up to them to take a minute break. I guess they're not doing it.
I'm telling you, we saw this, Rachel, in Atlanta. Nobody's doing it anymore.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
It's young people pickleball. Rachel and I age Derek. You've given us 60 seconds, we're taking it. You've given us 2 minutes, we're taking that too.
No, I'm taking it.
And we might have a tea in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cody Miller's just kind of laughing a little bit. Trying to get the Tech faithful back involved here.
I think the Tech fans might have been chanting C. Yeah.
And Riley, as this has progressed here, has kind of gotten away from the antics a little bit and just getting more down to business here.
You're right. Heather, when you have all that coming at you, you just got to reset it cross court.
Just can't. You can't have that. That's twice right there.
Yeah.
That too.
Miller able to get up and get long there. Got to be right now, feel like, for the Hokies.
You're right. Just string a couple of points together, make it a game. That won't work.
Wow. When you look back at those 2 service return errors, Rach, and a service error.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few today towards that 20 mark. Missed serves, missed returns.
That is out. And Riley couldn't believe he missed it.
Yeah, it was wide open for him.
You know what we haven't seen today? A single ATP.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a lot of cross-court dinking, honestly.
You're right.
Oh, man. Miller's going to see that one when his head hits the pillow tonight.
Yeah.
Cody knows he should have gotten that.
Relatively easy one back to Tech at 10-16. Again, it'll be Brotman coming back out in mixed doubles 2. He'll be playing with Lauren Hutchinson. Evan Bernstein.
This is where Tech can make their move, I think. Try to close this gap where it's getting away from them.
Yeah, it has to be right here. Yeah, you can see that off the paddle, and that was just a lack of focus. You could see it in the mechanics.
Yeah, it surprises me sometimes how quickly people serve. You only get one. I have a set routine that I do, I know. Just to slow down for a second.
Yeah, there we go.
That's really the first time in the match Murphy's won that matchup.
I was about to say, if she can keep doing that, I mean, Tech can get right back into this game.
Wow. Miscommunication in the middle. That's Miller's ball.
Yeah, but Evie just had a great shot on it. I mean, Cody's coming up. He's trying to protect his backhand, and Evie put it right in between them. Is that Skylar chanting good?
Yes, I believe it was. And Miller watching it all the way to the ground. 13-18. The timeout is taken by NC State, leading 18-13. Quick timeout from Performance Pickleball RVA. Final match of the 2025 College Cup. Square at a game apiece. Mixed 1, favoring NC State at the moment.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
18-13 NC State. John Laser, Derek Crage, Rachel Roney back with you from Performance Pickleball RVA. Tech supporters trying to get Cody Miller and Heather Murphy going here. Little timeout chant there. And there you see Miller coming all the way up, protecting Murphy.
I really like what Tech's doing right now. And as we've seen before, 4 points is not a big enough lead.
Yeah, it's really not. And rally scoring.
Oh. We've seen Miller miss a few of those shots. I think he would probably tell you are pretty elementary at his level usually.
Yeah. Especially in that semifinal against JMU. I mean, he wasn't missing any of those.
Oh, Kenna cleaned up her own mess. That was a high dink. Murphy did the right thing and pounced on it.
That's what we were talking about earlier, speeding up cross court.
Yep.
I think if Heather goes right at Skylar with that ball, might have been a better shot.
Maybe as Miller repels that drive from Riley, maybe a little hesitant for Murphy to do so because she hasn't got the best of that.
You're right.
There you see one given back. 16-20.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cross court speed up again.
Heather did exactly what Evie just did to her.
Yeah.
Cleaned up her own mess.
17-20. There you go, straight ahead.
Yeah, a little high there. Easy put away.
The game point for NC State.
Oh, here we go.
What a block by
Yeah.
Heather Murphy in the biggest of moments.
Skylar had a great shot with that Ernie, but Heather just stuck her paddle out. Ooh.
Matter of time point there.
Oh,
they called it out.
They called it out.
Oh, no.
And Heather Murphy saying that's not out.
And the refs overturned it.
Ben Davis, our lead referee, overturns it. I did have it in.
It's going really fast.
Yeah, it definitely went further than it looked like it was going to go, but
yeah,
it snagged the line.
That one is out. And
Cody
Riley
knows.
Back to the Hulk Hogan cupping of the year. Game point number 2 for the Wolfpack. Had to go lefty. Oh, what a shot by Murphy. And the emotion to follow it.
Yeah, that was, she took that out of the air and really just pulled her out.
Yeah.
That was a great shot.
All the way back come the Hokies, 20-20.
Oh.
Murphy
Oh, that
with the
bounce
emphatic
there.
out call.
And if Tech can pull this off. Oh, I don't know if that was out.
No, no complaint from Cody Miller.
Yeah. Cannot miss that on game point.
21 all.
Seen that a few times today towards the end.
NC State wins this game. It would be more, I think, because of some of those uncommon errors from Tech. But at the moment, it's Tech with a game point. Riley, not so fast, my friend. 22-22.
Good return.
Nope, ceiling on that one.
Yep.
Well, to be fair, that would have hit a 40-foot ceiling. Game point for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, that would have hit the Roanoke ceiling.
I think it would have. Murphy.
Wow.
Oh.
She
Murphy.
really saved that, too.
Murphy just gives a look at Cody like, I did all of that work.
Right back to another game point for Tech.
There we go.
It's that college atmosphere that we love. Basically the return of the previous point. Just kind of giving points back and forth. Murphy with the
teamwork
counter.
there.
That forehand dink has really been great for Heather Murphy. That's really got them back in this game. What they need to do is get to the net and then just hit Evie's forehand corner. I think that's got to be their strategy. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
Just like that.
It's really solid.
Yeah.
But you keep jinxing everyone, though, Derek.
Sorry. I mean, she did exactly what I said, but it just didn't work.
26-25 Tech, and NC State has not been able to, after tying it up, earn themselves their own game point, perpetually leaving themselves on the cliff.
And Tech's doing the same. They get that game point and they just can't pull it out.
Oh, wow. And Kenna is equal to the task. 26-26. But again, and this is what I'm saying, Virginia Tech now has had 6 game points. NC State has had none since we got to 2020. So you're perpetually fending things off.
Oh.
Yeah, and a lot of unforced errors just on that game point every time.
27-27.
Especially from Cody. I mean, you're not really seeing it from Heather. Great leave.
That is out. Heard Miller say no.
And Riley knew he had the ball. Just hit it slightly long.
Oh my gosh.
Cody had it on his paddle.
And Miller can't believe it. Neither can Skylar Riley. Saw him look at him and say, bro, there it was.
Yeah, if they don't pull this one out, those may haunt him later.
We will see a 30 in the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's rare.
And there is the first game point earned by NC State, not of the game, but since it was 2020.
You're right. Wow.
Double bounced.
That ball just did not come up.
29 all. Mixed one.
Oh, great shot, Evie.
Right into the danger zone, and now back-to-back game points for NC State.
She's come up big several times here.
And there it is, anticlimactic at the end. Murphy left looking for somewhere to deposit the paddle. 31-29 for NC State in mixed one. Don't go anywhere, though. Mixed doubles 2 coming up next. 2-1 for the Pack.
I have no idea what I would do without Neighbor Force. This is my mother, and she's been using Neighbor Force for about 5 years.
About 5 years, yes.
And it has been a lifesaver.
Hey, pickleballers, do you have aging parents or know people that do? Well, Neighbor Force could be the answer if you need just a little bit of extra help. No contracts, 1 hour minimum. We are definitely the people to call. Or are you looking to get involved in your community? Being a neighbor at Neighbor Force could be the answer. We would not conflict with your pickleball matches. You can work whenever you want. It's almost like volunteering with a paycheck.
Neighbor Force is the bomb.
All right, here we go. Mixed doubles 2 as NC State prevails in a 31-29 mixed doubles 1 match, unlike anything we've seen before in the Performance College Cup. And now for Virginia Tech, they need Evan Bernstein and Nilium Gaze to defeat Chase Brotman and Lauren Hutchinson, and that certainly, Derek, is no small task.
You're right. I think it's a pretty even matchup. We were talking before during the commercial break. I really don't know which way this is going to go. Like I said, Evan and Nilium, they've had their struggles in mixed. So we'll see if they can pull it together and force a dream breaker. That's what I'm hoping for.
Tech to serve first. Tech wins, it's a dream breaker. Advantage Tech in that scenario.
I agree.
NC State wins, they're our champion. And a great start for Chase Brotman. Just chatting with his dad, who made the trip up. His parents did, from Raleigh.
Is NC State in Raleigh?
Oh, is that a real question?
I don't know.
Yes, it is. You went
know,
to an ACC school.
I just know those three North Carolina are in the triangle. I don't know which.
He knew it was in the triangle,
Yeah.
so we're good.
That made my day.
Raleigh,
man.
Durham, Charlotte, they're all the same to me.
Charlotte is not in the triangle.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, my friend.
Oh.
North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Duke in Durham, North Carolina State in Raleigh.
Duke Durham, that's easy to remember.
You gotta stop. Oh, we love him. He's our Derek Gray tournament founder. 3-1 for NC State. All right, for Tech here, Derek, all joking aside, what's got to be the game plan? Bernstein is certainly capable of playing with Brock.
You're right. I mean, they got to play their game. Definitely target Lauren. You know, put the pressure on her. Keep Chase out of this game.
Now trying to do a little bit too much there.
Yeah.
Brotman back on the left. We saw him shift over to the right for men's doubles. Chase's grandmother is watching our live cast.
Oh,
and that struck Nilium in the face, unfortunately. Unintentional, of course. Nilium, about as tough as they come, and just kind of squinting and shaking that off. But
hit her in the eye?
Got her right in the cheek, it looked like. Maybe caught a little bit of the eye. You know what is interesting about college pickleball? You see so much more protective eyewear in professional pickleball now. Don't see hardly any of it at the college level. And Brotman's just firing away. I was about to say, we now know that his grandmother is watching our live cast, so hello, Chase's grandma. Glad to have you with us.
Yeah, he's really taking control of the pace of this match so far.
Well, and this was your fear and your gamble of Virginia Tech by putting out Cody and Heather first and them not winning, because Brotman is, you know, all due respect, Skylar Riley, he's played fantastic. He's won both of his matches, but Chase Brotman's the best player on this NC State team.
You're right. I think that's what Cody and Heather felt. They felt that pressure. They needed to win that mix, and it didn't come through, and now you're seeing the consequences.
And you can see that Gaze's having some trouble with that left eye, where caught a piece of the pickleball, took a timeout to address it. And again, I've seen Nilium play now for the last few years. He's as tough as they come, but when you can't see the ball, that is a distinct disadvantage.
You're right. And what you see with most eye injuries, it's coming out off your partner's paddle. It's not from the other team, really.
Yeah.
That is long that time from Brotman. So Virginia Tech trying to steady themselves here before you get to the change of ends.
Like that.
still see Nilliam squinting and trying to shake that off.
Yeah.
Time too much from the Wolfpack.
I mean, Evan and Nilliam, their game is an aggressive game. You know, both tennis players. So, I mean, if that's your strength, then play it. Off the net.
Yeah, and I know I make a lot of baseball analogies. It's because I spent so many years in baseball. You're a big baseball guy too, DK, but you're absolutely right. You don't ever want to get beat with your second or third best pitch.
Right.
Four 9, but side out back to Virginia Tech. So to your point, if pace is your game, then play it till you're done.
What a shot.
Wow.
What a get, though.
Yeah, I like what Evan's doing right now.
I'm not laughing at Evan Bernstein. That was incredible ability to stay in that point. What he said, I haven't heard anybody call themselves a doofus.
Because he had all those great shots and then missed the easiest one.
No, I mean the term. That's from back in my heyday.
Yeah, that's a bringing old school one back there.
Yeah, Bernstein. See? Very undoofus shot there.
Undoofus.
Yeah, this is fun. We really, we've gotten to know kind of all 8 that playing in this final. And a little surge here from Virginia Tech, and that point seemed to fire up Evan Bernstein.
It did. And Nilliam getting hit in the face, I think that kind of fired her up. She started to be more aggressive, trust her shots.
She's not squinting anymore. I think she's got...
Like that. That's so good. Oh, that's in.
Oh. Thought they were walking away.
Yeah. They were.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was great from Nilliam. God say she just...
Yeah, let's see that replay.
Oh, it's in.
Bringing up the replay on the screen.
Yeah. It was definitely in. Look at that.
You're like,
look, Lauren
just walked away.
Lauren turned her back. Nice, Nilliam.
Coming back here.
I got to be honest. I've been that guy who has quit on a point before. It's over before.
I have too. And if you don't win that point, it looks really bad.
I know. Just too much from Chase Brotman.
Yeah.
And that will trigger the change of ends. So NC State came out and threw a haymaker. Virginia Tech responds, and here we are. 3-point affair. Quick timeout from Performance Pickleball, RVA. What a day it has been here at Performance Pickleball RVA, the 2025 College Cup. It's really the third installment, second we've done in the winter. NC State looking for their first College Cup title and their first College Cup appearance. They have a 3-point lead and a 1-game edge here in our final match. 11-8 off the serve of Chase Brotman. To be honest with you, Brotman tried to go tweener. I didn't feel like he needed to.
Yeah, he had time to get around that
there.
ball. Yeah. But Evan's got to do that. I mean, that's what's working for him.
Yeah, great speed up right at Hutchinson. Rotman turned around saying, Lauren, keep the paddle in tighter.
Keep isolating Lauren.
That's out. Great leave by Lauren Hutchinson. And, you know, honestly, right now, Evans hitting some shots, Bernstein, that are either going to be hit by Lauren Hutchinson, hit Lauren Hutchinson, or be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, just coming back, those just unforced errors.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today where getting close and then they pull away again. Seems to be the trend.
That was on the line. Tech knew it. Such a tough read from Brotman. Back of the line. That's how tight this match has been.
Great point.
And I love what Evan did there. Bernstein is really just trying to fire up Gaze, saying that's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tech needs to win this game, force a dream breaker. NC State prevails, and he was all she wrote. And Brotman can't believe he missed that shot. Chase just came over and said, I'm tired.
And you've been playing for what, 10 hours?
Yeah, it's been a long day of pickleball for sure.
These players started at 10 a.m. this morning.
Well, let me say, if you are indeed tired, the last thing you want is a drink breaker.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm tired too, and all I've been doing is sitting here. Hasn't looked tired on the last couple points. 15-13.
Great plan.
Yeah, that's just really good from Gaze.
I agree.
And Brotman looked like he was kind of on the tack, but you can see he said that to us jokingly, I'm tired. And then ever since, it's like, you know what, I'm going to empty the gas tank. Next 3 points, he was charging full.
Yeah, I think that's what they have to do right now.
Fist pump from Brotman, 16-14. I'm telling you, I love watching him play. He's kind of got the artistry with the paddle strokes, particularly on the backhand. And that's what I'm saying. Brotman's kind of taking over right now.
That's what he's got to do.
Yeah, that's what got them that early lead, I think, and he's coming back into it now.
Good block.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do if you're Tech. You kind of got to use that aggression against him. Didn't have to play behind him there, but if you can. Brotman's doing a really nice job of reading these drops and resets, and when he needs to take a step back to maintain the advantage in the point, he's doing that.
You're absolutely right.
Bernstein has the answer.
It's a risky drive there.
Bernstein hit one of the most beautiful two-hand backhand winners to close a match in our Roanoke tournament last week.
Yeah.
I've ever seen.
That was against us, me and Tim.
Yeah, sorry, but it was gorgeous.
It's like, don't remind me.
I forgot it was against you, though. And Bernstein pantomiming he's going to throw his paddle. This is already his second paddle of the day.
Is that Cody's paddle he's using?
I don't know. I was trying to ask him in between matches, but couldn't get to him. 17-19. Lob serve.
Yep.
Brotman didn't get much on it.
Wow.
What a get by Nilium. Oh, it almost there.
Match
First
point.
ATP of the day attempt.
Championship point, in fact, for NC State. Let's see, Brotman, breathe, deep breath, trying to muster all the energy he's got left.
Oh, he tried to close that out.
Great defense.
Yeah.
I don't know how Evan got a hand on that ball.
Championship point number 2 for the Wolfpack. Brotman says right here. There we go. 19-20.
This is where that tightness shows up on those drops.
Oh, 20-20.
Wow.
Again, Virginia Tech win, Dream Breaker time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see a replay of this. I mean, that was a great drop by Nilium. And then the anticipation from Evan to realize how good of a drop that was. Look at that. Not so good that time.
Match point and championship point number 3. And a timeout taken by Virginia Tech in advance of that. And quite frankly, that timeout taken by the Hokies is probably a favor to Chase Brotman right now.
Yeah. Although he seemed to play the best when he was tired.
Indeed he did. Right after he said that, it was almost like, I'm going to take this over. I'm so tired I want to end it right now.
Nilium, that eye is still bothering her a little bit.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That was early. It was the 7th point of this game. Made it 7-1 for NC State. It was certainly inadvertent, but hit her kind of in that upper left cheek. Caught a piece of the left eye. This will be the 3rd championship point for NC State. The first one that will come off the serve of Brotman.
Great timeout.
Yeah. Well, again, we saw that third attempt to drop. I don't know if that's the best idea in these tense situations at this point.
Hutchinson has dumped the last couple. Oh, my word. Brotman, the wizard. Bernstein had every advantage in that point.
Yes, he did. Great job by Chase to get to those balls. Oh, how'd he miss that? Nilium gave it right to him.
Just like we saw in mixed one.
Yeah,
with
this
the
is
shot
like
that Miller
deja
missed.
vu.
Yep.
Game point for Tech.
Uh-oh.
Come on. We want to see a dream breaker. Make it happen.
Derek's been rooting for one all day long.
He might get it right
Dream
here.
breaker deprived. Lob serve.
That's
and
it.
Lob serve does it for Bernstein and the Hokies. And we'll get that dream breaker. 31-29 in mixed one, 24-22 in mixed two. We're not done yet. The College Cup continues to our first dream breaker of the day.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
one-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.
You know, in my lifetime, I've been knocked around a few times. No matter how many times you get knocked down, hell, you got to get up off the turf. Back pain, knee pain, you name it, I had it. But when I walked into the Good Feet store and got fitted for arch support, I feel so much better. Very little pain in my back. I feel no pain in my knee. It is nothing like it. No matter who you are, whatever position you hold, in some way, we can help somebody. And that's what the Good Feet store does. They help you keep going with life.
I have no idea what I would do without Neighbor Force. This is my mother, and she's been using Neighbor Force for about 5 years.
About 5 years, yes.
And it has been a lifesaver.
Hey, pickleballers, do you have aging parents or know people that do? Well, Neighbor Force could be the answer if you need just a little bit of extra help. No contracts, 1 hour minimum. We are definitely the people to call. Or are you looking to get involved in your community? Being a neighbor at Neighbor Force could be the answer. We would not conflict with your pickleball matches. You can work whenever you want. It's almost like volunteering with a paycheck.
Neighbor Force is the bomb.
I did a Good Feet commercial about 4 years ago, and I thought maybe I should check in with you. Yeah, I'm still wearing my Good Feet arch supports. They give you the freedom to move without pain. I worry about how warm or cool to dress on trail, but I don't worry about my feet anymore. I put my arch supports in and forget about it. I'm Deidre Haven, and this is still my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Derek Craig said, Dreambreaker, make it happen. He made the College Cup happen when he invented it a couple years ago. It swelled to a 172-player event today representing 32 schools, and he got his Dreambreaker. Actually. Virginia Tech, NC State, and as you see, Evan Bernstein against Chase Brotman to start the lineups. Evan Bernstein, then Cody Miller for Virginia Tech. It'll be Chase Brotman, then Skylar Riley. The men up first.
And like we mentioned earlier, Tech, a lot of great singles players.
Well, what happened?
Brotman thought. Replay that point. Bernstein can't believe it.
A fault was called? Is that what happened?
On Chase, and I think Ben overruled it or something.
Yeah, she called a fault. Ben Davis overruled it. So 1-0 for Virginia Tech. Brotman, you can kind of see in his body language, dejected obviously because they lost that second mixed game, but I think also he's kind of physically worn down. As he told us, I'm tired. He tried to give it everything he had to the finish line in mixed, and now got to play singles. Lob return is the response to the lob serve.
That's usually my response, too.
I'll be honest, I hate the lob serve when people do that, too. Not because it's difficult, I just don't like it.
Well, that's where you're kind of baiting somebody.
Oh, what a shot by Bernstein.
And like I was saying, we talked about earlier, Virginia Tech, you know, you got Evan, Cody, and Nilium, all amazing singles players. And, you know, NC State doesn't have really singles players. So we'll see if they can pull this one off. And that's what they got to do, just split.
Brotman able to split with Evan Bernstein.
Hope you move on, yeah.
So now Skylar Riley hasn't been on the court in a while since that 31-29 epic first mixed game.
Yeah.
It's Cody Miller. And the question for Miller is, where's his mindset right now? Talking to some of the Tech players, saying we haven't seen Cody play like that in a long, long time. They were referencing some of the unforced errors in that first mixed game.
Yep.
3-2 for the Wolfpack.
And we talked about it, how they kind of each had a game point put away, and they both missed it. So it's interesting that it happened to both teams.
Murphy and Miller, that is. Or not Murphy and Miller. Miller and Brotman, I should say.
Yep. They both had the game on their paddle.
It was an incredible shot by Riley and a little bit of luck for Cody Miller.
Yeah.
4-3. You see hear some cheers behind us. That's the Challenger final.
Looks like UNC versus JMU in that final. Phenomenal passing shot by Miller. He responds and lets us know that he's feeling just fine as he takes 3 of 4 to a 5-3 lead for Virginia Tech. And Evie, when we were on an MLP team together, she actually doesn't play singles ever. So, and Nilium, you know, coming from tennis, if I'm Evie, I hit it to Nilium's forehand right now, because you'll see Nilium's backhand.
Painted the line with that backhand, 6-3.
She's very comfortable using that two-handed backhand. But her forehand, she can be a little wild with it.
You can see that Gaze kind of has Kenna on her heels a little bit.
And that, I think, you know, as a former tennis player, singles is just more comfortable if you have that background.
That's just too good with that backhand, like Derek just pointed out.
And Nilium, I was watching her last week, and she was up 9-4 on Avery Beck, one of the best collegiate females right now. And she didn't pull away, so I was kind of making fun of her, like 9-4, 9-4. Wow.
Just totally controlled that set of points.
I think her eye is fine now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did ask her in between. She said she was okay, but just a beautiful slice finish there, 9-3, and now Virginia Tech really a strong advantage. Final rotation here will be Murphy for Virginia Tech, Hutchinson for NC State.
And neither of these players really single players. Great plan, Heather.
Murphy, I think it's worth pointing out in that first mixed game, she played great.
Yeah. And you could see after the match, she kind of felt responsible because she missed the return, but you're right. I mean, she played great the majority of that match.
And Virginia Tech, like you said, kind of has the advantage at all 4 spots here, and that's what the scoreboard says at 11-3, as will change ends, and Murphy winning the first 2 points, guaranteeing at least a split of this rotation. Another free one for Heather Murphy. You can just kind of see it on the faces of the Wolfpack team members standing to our left. An air of inevitability. All 4 for Murphy. Back to the top of the deck. 13-3 for Brotman.
Ever since 3-3, I think, or maybe 3-2, Tech's won 11 straight points. So you don't see that a lot in Dream Breakers.
Bernstein to serve. Brotman, you can see getting a lot more aggressive with his return of that lob serve.
That's really what you have to do in singles, is that return is critical.
Wow, great
Couple
shot,
of
Chase.
Phenomenal backhands by Chase Brotman.
And we talked about how good of a singles player Evan is, so for Chase to hit those shots.
Yeah, but in that situation when it was 13-3, all you have to do is hold serve. That's what Bernstein now trying to do.
Yep.
Three of 4 from Brotman.
Yeah, good on him. Five of those 6 points are on Chase's paddle.
Skylar Riley now for the Wolfpack. Cody Miller for Virginia Tech. And Miller got to the catbird seat, which is the line, and directed the point from there. Freebie.
Yep.
16-6.
And when State was up in that last mixed game, I was thinking, is it going to be 3 straight college cups? But Evan might have been right. Third time's the charm.
You're going to have to give him that.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like he's right. Miller has really dominated the first 3 points here.
Is that out?
Will salvage one.
Oh, it was closer than I thought.
Miller thought it was on the line. And
too close to overturn, I think.
Protests to the referees, but neither saw it. 7-17, and again, Nilium Gaze really had her way the first pass through here.
Wow, great get by Evie.
Yeah.
But for naught.
I think it's pretty interesting how when we see the switch from the men's and women's singles, the women are really hanging back a lot longer than the men are.
You see that in the pro game too.
Yeah.
Well, I think from Gaze here, it's her saying, you know what, I think my ground strokes are better than yours. I'm going to stay back here and not give you opportunities to pass. 2 points away for Tech.
Peyton Lyons.
Championship point. Gaze has won all 7 of hers thus far. That is long. Hokey, hokey, hokey high in a tournament created by a Hokey Tech.
Congrats, Derek.
Is the College Cup champion.
Yeah, good for them. They earned it. And, you know, congrats to State. Second place, taking home $860. They played their hearts out, but just couldn't pull it away.
Yeah, phenomenal run by NC State, 31-29. They win mixed 1, 24-22. They fall in mixed 2. Chase Brotman coming over, telling us the same thing as last year. We lost on a ball I just had sitting there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he'll be thinking about that on the drive back to Raleigh. But that's how tight that was. We thought it was going to be going into the finals, and indeed it was. Miller missed one in mixed doubles 1. Brotman missed one in mixed doubles 2. And ultimately, you get to the Dream Breaker, and Tech clearly had a decided advantage.
Yeah, they did, and that's really what we predicted coming in. I mean, State really had to win those 2 mixed games, and they just couldn't pull it out. And you can see just the strength of the singles players from Virginia Tech. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a Dream Breaker 21-7.
It's nice to have that to rely on, though, just to keep it close and then know that you have that in your back pocket.
Virginia Tech is your champion. Phenomenal day all the way around. Derek Craig, we thank you so much for all your work in organizing, recruiting, and executing the College Cup 2025 edition. Also, congratulations to all the teams that competed today. NC State, the Wolfpack, your runners-up, 3rd and 4th, split by JMU and North Carolina. For Rachel Roney, Derek Craig, and our executive producer, Cam Meeks, I'm John Laser. Thanks for being with us, as always, for this Performance Productions presentation. Good night, everybody.
Drove about an hour just to check it out. It's an awesome indoor facility. Really good place for, it seems like all levels can jump in and play.
Looks great. Lots of people, bubbling with activity, lots of fun.
The surface is really good. Everything, I love it.
One-stop shop, right? We got the bar, we got the restaurant, we got the ways, we got a ping pong table. I mean, you got showers. I mean, you come here, you can spend a day here and not get bored. It's just a great experience.